I didn't have enough time to clear my throat. Oh my god, hi! Hi. Hi, dude! Thank you for subscribing to my YouTube channel. Oh my god, hi! I had 8 minutes. I was cleaning up. I was cleaning my desk. Wow! Can, thank you for the gift sub to Asian Bunny X, my favorite oiled up streamer. Wow! Also, I want to say, Monkey, thank you for the Prime and the 4 months. And Mr. Zem, thank you so much for the 28 months. I really appreciate it, you guys. What the heck? Woo! Guys, I have some bad news. Or good news. It might be good news. Or bad news. Depends on how you view those sorts of things. I got Uma Musume on my phone yesterday. And oh my god, I really like it. Oh my god, chat! I really like it. I got Uma Musume! And I really, really like it. Well, at first I was like, whatever. At first I was like, yeah, whatever. Because it's like, I didn't really understand it. And then I did a couple career runs and I was like, oh. Now I get it. And also, another reminder, I'm doing a sponsored stream tomorrow. I don't even know what time it's at, frankly. I really don't know what time it's at. 2 p.m.? Guys. Oh. I don't wake up that early normally. Me when I don't read my sponsor contract. 2 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Yeah, okay. Eurobros, you're getting a stream! Euro bros, you guys are freaking eating good tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will say this for YouTube bros. Tomorrow's stream will only be on Twitch because it's sponsored. And they're not paying me. They're not paying me to stream on YouTube. They're paying me to they're paying me to stream on Twitch. So it's only gonna be on Twitch, but thumbnail and stream overlay assets. What are these? Whoa. What does it say? Forbidden? Forbidden! Ah, that's the gen name. Forbidden. It's for Vealer. Okay. Okay, I'm not doing this. I hope I don't have to do this. They didn't tell me I had to do this. I have a sponsored stream tomorrow where I watch Vealer debuts. If you guys don't know what Vealer is a VTuber agency where they all do porn. Well, not porn. I get maybe porn. Yeah, Vealer is the company where they're contractually obligated to do NSFW content. Oh, believe me, I know. Who's my favorite Uma? Rice Shower. Rice Shower is my favorite Uma right now, I think. Rice Shower is my favorite Uma, but man. Oguri is so strong, man. She's so strong. She's really strong. But also... You actually got the sponsor with them? Because I think I lowballed. I think I lowballed the money amount, like, a lot. More than I should have. Lol. I mean, but they're still paying me a decent amount of money, so, like, why not? To React Andy. What the heck? I do this shit for free! I literally do this for free. What do you mean they're gonna pay me? Isn't the number CCV per hour? I don't know. I don't know. It's 3 hours. It's 3 hours, and technically the rate that it would be, technically the rate that I asked for was like, 100 and some per hour, you know? Which, like, I probably could have gotten away with asking for at least 200 an hour, but I was scared they'd say no. I probably could have gotten away with maybe even asking for 300 an hour. But I thought they would say no. So, do we need to behave? Nah, you don't need to behave. Dude, it's a fucking porn VTuber agency. You don't need to behave. Yeah, that's the agency that the Vice journalist auditioned for. Yeah, Veeler is the one that, that Vice journalist applied for, didn't get in, and then wrote an article saying that, like, the company should dissolve because they didn't, get in. Lol. What if I don't like them? You can say whatever you want. Also, Jonathan! I'm sorry it took me a minute to say that. Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. I have not had to put down any horses. But I will say I did a career run with Opera O. Oh my... Taco! Mia, I'm gonna pay you to put YouTube chat over Twitch today, since you can't stream on YouTube tomorrow. Uh-oh, chat. Thank you so much for the super chat! What the fuck, man? Yes, tomorrow's stream is a debut watch-along. Alright. Alright, alright. I'm liking your super chat, too. You guys... Alright. Alright, YouTube. Wow, man. I'm gonna ban them? What? You can't! I don't even think you're modded on my YouTube. I actually don't even think you're modded on my YouTube, so... YouTube gets the Miia treatment. The Miia direct treatment. Where's my YouTube chat? YouTube, YouTube, YouTube! Where's my YouTube chat? Oh, God. There you guys go. There. You have to match his price to hide the chat again. I'm sorry. Them's the rules. Them's the rules. Fuck my chud life. Abby is modded. Zagro! Did I see Wendigoon new video? Fuck! There's a Wendigoon video. I was gonna watch Turkey Time today. Also, thank you for the 28 months. What is the Wendigoon video on? Oh my God, there's a Wendigoon video. Wendigoon? Wendigoon. Okay, let me see. The most disturbing... It's a 4-hour video about a game. I like Wendigoon's videos, but I'm not super crazy about his videos about video games. Does that make sense? Wait, there's a 1-hour video from 2 weeks ago about America's largest nuclear disaster. But we're watching the Manifesto Killer video today. I don't make the rules. We're watching the damn Manifesto Killer video. And we're talking about Uma Musume. Guys, shut up. Uma Musume-ta! Shut up. Shut up. I'm opening it on my phone. I'm putting all my stickers that I got from Offkai into a pile. Because they don't really need to be on the screen while I do this, I guess. That's a lot of stickers. I still have, dude, I have like these fuck-ass stickers from Twitch. What am I gonna do with the Twitch developer sticker? so ugly. What am I gonna do with this? Alright, Twitch and YouTube, you guys can be together. There. You guys can be together now. Happy? Your stream element is busted. Again? Again! What the fuck? Thank you for the 10 gifted. You motherfucker. Everybody's dodging subs today. You motherfucker. Thank you so much. Okay, where's my camera? Look! It's so damn ugly. What am I? Super Bob! Thank you for the super chat! Twitch developer stickers are a not so subtle way of asking streamers to learn code. I'm never gonna learn code. You can't make me. See, I've got... It's so ugly. These are my ugliest ones, are the ones from Twitch. Most of the ones from Twitch are on my hentai. Yeah. I think I have a couple others in my pile, but... Okay. Triceratops, you can stay. Gun cannon, you need to go. Gun cannon, you need to go. Okay. Ah! 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 She's white! I hope I said thank you already. Hands look especially old today. Thanks. I haven't drank water today. Actually, I did. I had 2 cups of water today, chat, because I had to take so many pills today because I feel so fucking sick. Not cotton crud. I'm not falling victim to that bullshit. Girl sick. I've got girl sick. Can I transform this flip vertically? Oh no, it needs to be flip horizontally. Flip. Flip. Yeah, I have woman debuff. I almost canceled stream today, but I was like, it's a freaking me on Monday. I can't do that. Look at my Umas! This is my favorite. Her name is Rice Shower. She calls me Big Sister. Calls me Big Sister. I like her. I like her! Her name is Rice Shower because, like, all of the horses in this are girls, I guess. Let me see. Where's my Uma list? How do I see my Umas? I'm still really new to this game. I don't know how to see a list of all of my Umas. I don't know. These are the Umas that I have. There's only 4 of them that I don't have. I've had really good luck with this game, which is why I can't drop it. I have to keep playing this game. I have to keep playing the game because there's only 4 that I don't have. I didn't know. I got Opera O on my first pull. Also, Buck of Neat, thank you for the 22 months. I really appreciate it. And Almost Holidays, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Rice Shower's my favorite, but she's kind of dog water. Wait, hold on. I don't know how it works, but this is my Uma friend code. It focuses. I don't know how adding friends works. That's my friend code. That's my friend code. If you guys play Uma, that's my friend code. I'm in! I don't really know how it works, but I don't know. It's such a freaking cute game. Why did you get it on mobile? instead of Steam? Because I didn't know that it was on Steam. You're called Trainer. You're called Trainer. You're just called the Trainer. I'm not doxing myself. My accounts, whenever I make a gacha game account, also I have a Red Jolly Rancher. I never link it to like my Apple thing. Yeah, I don't do that. You know what I haven't done today, chat? I haven't logged into freaking Blue Archive. I'm a bad sensei! I sacrificed my gacha for Uma. Cunnyschool.com? That's not a real website, dipshit. I just clicked on it. Are you gonna play Blue Archive on Steam? Hasn't it not been released? Isn't it still delayed? I mean, I will whenever it comes out on Steam. Chat! Twitch chat! You need to yes affirm for Come on the Friend Zone. That motherfucker's going to the Uma finale. Yes affirm! I believe in you. Your Uma believes in you too. Look. My wife. My wife. I have to... Man, when is this damn... When is this... Wait, 6... Wait! This banner ends in a few hours, chat. Should I do it? Okay, chat. Should I do a 10 pull for this? The banner ends in a few hours. It ends in a few hours. Should I do a 10 pull? I hate this bitch. Ah! Ah! Fuck! Wait, Hoshino! I don't have Hoshino! How did you not have her? I don't know. Should I do another 10 pull to try to get Mutsuki? Should I do another 10 pull to try to get Mutsuki, guys? Or leave it at this? 1 in chat if I should keep pulling for Mutsuki. 2 in chat if I should give up. Okay. I'm so freaking scared. Ah! No way! 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 I'll do a heart. I like doing a heart. No way! No way! No way! No freaking way! No way! Actually, no way, right? Chat, no way. It's not possible, right? No way. I've got crazy streamer luck, chat! Oh my god. Guys, I'm never gonna do gacha pulls off stream ever again. I'm literally never gonna do gacha pulls off stream. Holy shit. Holy shit, chat. Oh my god, thank you. Guys, you saved my life. Chat. You guys just saved my life. I'm seething right now. I got Hoshino. I'm so happy. I'm on Hoshino swimsuit though. I didn't pull for her last time she was on banner, even though she's like limited. I should have, but I didn't. Man. Oh, dude, I'm so greedy. Hoshino! Ooh, my wife! Muzak, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. Who's visiting me? Reisa. Reisa, my princess. I can't believe I got Hoshino. Eee! Eee! I like Hoshino. Can't believe I didn't have her before. I am actually blessed by the gacha gods. I've been having really good gacha luck lately, which means some terrible life event is about to happen to me. That's how, like, freaking karma works. Or, like, I don't know, something like that. I've been having really good gacha luck, so I must be about to have, like, really, really bad IRL luck. I'm gonna have a horse collision. My horse is gonna get freaking put down. Oh, no. What's up, Budge? Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. I'm gonna be reduced to a shape. Man, I was watching those freaking cave diving brain rot videos. Man. Please don't send my Uma to the glue factory. Please! Oh my goodness. I got freaking... Wow. I got freaking Hoshino. I'm happier about getting Hoshino, even though she's standard, whatever. Like, I could get her whenever a choice ticket happens, but... Got freaking Hoshino! I'm so happy. I love her. I really want to draw Hoshino because, freaking no game spoilers. I know everybody that plays Blue Archive, they're just like, I want to have sex with the characters! I want to have sex with the students! But lore, game lore, Hoshino is so freaking cool. I want to draw armed Hoshino, actually. Yeah, okay, average Blue Archive player, swimsuit Hoshino is the best because her live 2D shows off her feet. And here I am, I'm like, wow, armed Hoshino has such a good character arc. Man, I want to draw her. Average Blue Archive fan. I can't have sex with the lore. There's a 7TV emote for reduced to a shape. Hold on, let me sign in with my Twitch. I'm gonna give you guys reduced to a shape. Did that work? Slim, what? Slim added a fucking minion emote to my 7TV. ... How much of the horses do you like? I mean, I don't think there's any that I actively dislike because, listen, they're all cute girls doing their best. Okay, chat. The Umas are all cute girls in their academy doing their best. I like Rice Shower. I don't know. People don't like her for some reason. Is it Rice Shower's IRL horse lore that, like, people didn't like her? Is that like the IRL horse lore? The canon horse lore? Yeah! Northernlion said he was gonna play Uma on Wednesday, I think, right? I think Northernlion said he was gonna play Uma on Wednesday. Do you know how many people sent me that freaking tweet? Uza Mumume, or however you say it, yeah. I've been sent that tweet by like 3 different people. But like this afternoon. I've sent that tweet to a few people and I got sent that tweet like twice as much, dude. We choked the finale, but affirmations got me there. Let's fucking go. Did Cleo get my tweets? What? I didn't tweet about Cleo. What the heck? What? Northernlion thinks Uma Musume is a roguelike? Dude, he's gonna be so fucking mad. He's gonna be so fucking mad. It's gonna be awesome. Good night, Patrick! Thank you for hanging out with us. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Good night, good night, good night, good night. Uza. Wait, here, let me play the clip of him trying to say the name of the game. Hold on. I'm getting sent Uma. Wait. Oh my god. I'm getting Senuma. Thank you, Smugdoka. I don't know if you're here. Where freaking is it? This clip. Okay, I'm just gonna play the audio for you guys.
We'll do Wednesday we'll do Uza Mamume. What's it called? Uma Masumi? I gotta figure this out, man. People are gonna be mad. Uma Masume. Wednesday we'll do Uma Masume, man.
Yes! So don't be mad at... Well, actually, Northern Line streams during the day. That's the beautiful thing about Northern Line. I don't even need to cancel my streams if I want to watch Northern Line because he literally streams from like fucking 9 to 5. Or whatever. He streams at like... He streams for unemployed adults, and I think that's awesome. Me. I'm unemployed adults. But like freaking... Uma Masumi. Yeah, Uma Masumi! I like Uza Mumume. Mumume? Yeah, Northern Line will start talking about penis, though. He'll open up the game. That's one of the beautiful things about Northern Line. He can be playing a game that's full of cute girls, and he'll just be talking about penis the whole time. What a guy. What an incredible guy. Umi Musume! Yay! I literally can't believe it, chat. I can't believe I got freaking Hoshin, though. Dude. You guys are like my freaking good luck charm. So, I'm gonna do my Seiya polls on stream next week. Obviously. Hopefully the freaking Steam client... Oh my god. If the Steam client releases before Seiya's banner... Yeah, when is it gonna freaking release? Wait, Abby, what did he say? Abby, I'm gonna be really upset if you ban this guy and he didn't even say slurs. He said brain rot. He said brain rot. He didn't even say nothing. He's just speaking Belarusian. You banned him because he's from Belarus? Oh wait, no, yeah, he's probably a kid. Don't unban him. Actually, Abby, he's probably a kid. Don't unban him. My racist moderator! My racist moderator that bans people that aren't from America. Why do you think he's a kid? I don't... because he keeps saying brain rot. I fucking love Uma Musume. Jesus Christ. Chibli got rice shower? Chibli got rice shower? Oh my fucking god, you guys. Based? I'll download the Steam client, you guys. I will download the Steam client. Chibli is another streamer that's in the Northern Lion circle. No, I didn't pay for rice shower. What the freak? My phone went off. What was I gonna say? Yeah, and the Northern Line Polycule. Yeah, I used the choice ticket to get rice shower because when I started playing the game, I was like, I want rice shower. I want rice shower. She's so cute. She's so cute. So I didn't get her when I did my polls. That one free poll on Opera O's banner, I got Opera O the first poll as well. She reminds you of Amiya because her ears are really long. I like rice shower because she wants to make people smile, but she's unlucky and gloomy, but she still does her best. It's cute! Okay, is it literally like Steam client? Mamusume. Good morning! Thank you for the follow, I really appreciate it. What? Is it not a Steam client? It's not on Steam, it's just a PC client. It is on Steam. I search Uma Musume Pretty Derby. And I only get Uma Musume Pretty Derby Party Dash DLC. I don't want Uma Musume Party Dash. I want freaking Uma Musume Pretty Derby, the game. Can somebody link the... Oh, it's only one word. Oh, fuck. It's only one word. Uma Musume. Okay, it's only... Yeah, it's only one word. My bad. My bad. Alright. Installing. Alright, I got it. Play now. Wait. I'm gonna... Oh, you know what, chat? Actually, it's gonna download. It's gonna try to download game data as soon as I install. As soon as I boot it up, it's gonna do what the freaking mobile game does, where it's a tiny install, and then as soon as I boot it, it immediately tries to download 10 gigabytes of fucking 3D models of singing and dancing at like Mach 7 and absolutely crash my internet. Because it takes all of the internet juice away from my stream. I already did it on my phone, though. It clogs my internet tube. Yeah, the deep sea internet tubes. It literally clogs my deep sea internet tubes, man. Let me get my... Internet juice is indeed the technical term. What is the technical term? Okay, it uses up all my internet. My little internet gnomes that are running the internet signals. All of the internet gnomes are running the signal to Uma Musume instead of OBS Studio. Bandwidth. Okay. All my internet gnomes. Yeah, it's slurping up all the damn internet. I need to use my currency from the... event. You will put... I can't buy more internet gnomes. I can't buy more internet gnomes. I can't do it. I have to go to the shop and I have to spend my pillows. I have to spend my pillows to buy superior activity reports. Okay. I can't believe Congress just outlawed owning internet gnomes. Yeah, what am I freaking supposed to do? I'd buy a classical poetry anthology. I already have 5 of those, and I already have 5 of the other book, too. I guess I'll buy the intact discs. What's my current upload speed? Not a whole lot. Wait, will it crash my stream if I try to, will it crash my stream if I try to check my internet speed? I don't really know how that stuff works. Is Keemstar an internet gnome? No, Keemstar's a bald retard. Duh. Oh, let me look. Okay. Internet speed test. I'm plugged into Ethernet right now. Runs Ookla? Don't know my location. Fuck you. It should be, I think it's like 300 is what we pay for. I think we pay for 300 upload download. My download is 289. My download is 289. Okay, well my upload is 135. So maybe we don't pay for both. 289 download, 135 upload. That's good. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, but the thing is, it's like, I don't limit downloads on anything. I don't have like any downloads set to be limited. Also, hi Jester! I don't have downloads set to be limited or anything. So whenever I do download something, it like yoinks all of my internet gnomes. It yoinks all of my internet gnomes and it's like, all right, you're gonna download Horse Girls. I was under the impression that upload was always lower than download. Right? I don't really know how it works, though. Also, Hermes! Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. I forgot to look at my TikToks today. What a beautiful boy. Message sent in regards to a cat. Yes, yes, yes! And now I have to talk to people about Northern Lion. Everybody was fucking talking about Northern... Wait, I have to send this Northern Lion streaming Uma Musume to another friend that plays Uma Musume. The fucking Uma Musume and Northern Lion overlap? I don't know. What? How does that work? How does that work? Why is there such a strong overlap of people that play Uma Musume and people that watch Northern Lion? Is this... This is like the librarian effect, I feel like. I feel like this is the librarian effect. I don't know. It has to be unemployment because of librarian. Hi, Andrew Morningstar! Hi! The unemployment effect? I mean, do I really count as unemployed? Gay pride? Am I unemployed? Yes? Yes? Kinda. Sorry, yes, 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 yeah, yes, cope. Okay. Alright, okay. Okay. Yeah, it's Monday! You guys can't be mean to me! Don't be mean to me or I'll start crying. And you guys feel bad. You guys are gonna feel bad if I start crying. Guys, don't be mean to me. If you guys, I don't know. I'm gonna have to stay sad the whole stream if you guys keep being mean to me. I do like that one. I do like that face. XQC hairline? What does that even mean, man? What does that even mean? He's got like a normal hairline, doesn't he? Okay, Googling XQC hairline. I do not have an XQC receding hairline. I don't! That's ridiculous! The Diet Coke that makes you bald at 23. Man, you guys, I saw this like tweet that it was like, guy has like 30 kidney stones or whatever removed after drinking like 3 liters of Diet Coke a day. I'm sorry, you're incredible. And you do have a job. Thank you for the super chat, Taco. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Piss 30 rocks. Well, have you seen KSI's receding hairline? He looks like Yakub. Okay, let's look up KSI hairline. I'm not gonna look up any other content creator's hairline because this is so gross. This is insane. He does look like Yakub. That's terrible! liters is like a shit ton to drink anyways. A day. Go look at Northern Lion's hairline. I don't know. I am pretty glad that I'm not a dude. No offense, you guys are living on like hard mode. I don't know how to explain it. You guys are on like hard mode because I would be living in panic and fear every day of my life if I knew that my hairline was gonna recede. You know, because it happens to every dude when they turn old. I would live in fear. Everybody's gonna be old. When you turn like 80 years old, you're gonna be bald. When you turn like... Some guys keep their hair. Even, oh wait, if you're like 80 years old... Mia's also 6'3", has a Ferrari, 7-figure income. By the way, true. True. Ladies, leave me alone type shit. It's not all universal. Okay. I don't know. It's literally 50-50. Okay, if I was a dude and I had a 50% chance of just waking up and being bald one day. White dudes bald the most. Okay, so if I was a dude, I would... Actually, my dad's bald. So if I was a dude, I would go bald. Probably, like, in my 20s. Right? That would be horrifying. I have the bald gene. So you're telling me I can't have kids because then my kids have a chance of being bald? I fucked up. We gotta go bald. Just have girls instead? It's from your mother's side? Well, I can't remember how much hair my grandpa on my mom's side had because he died when I was a kid. I feel like he had hair though. It's a testosterone thing. Femboys don't bald. So you're telling me if I see a dude, you're telling me if I see a dude that's over the age of like 25 or some shit and they haven't started balding, or like over the age of 30 maybe, and they haven't started balding, it's because they're a femboy? Femboys don't make it that age. Yeah, usually they have like freaking femboy death. Me, the noticer, noticing there's no femboys 40 plus. Because they didn't femboys didn't get freaking invented until like 5 years ago, dude. Leafy. Leafy had twink death so bad. Well, I don't think he had twink death. He just got fat and stopped shaving. Femboys, oh, they did exist in ancient Rome, but it was like a lost art for like 1,000 years. This is a hard one. Yeah, it was like the freaking femboy renaissance. Maybe they had femboys in like the 1400s in like Italy or something. I don't know. We relearned how to make them shortly after we learned how to make Roman concrete. Wait, Cleo's an expert on femboys? What the heck? Oh, I guess because it's like a Greek thing. Do eunuchs count as femboys? I don't think necessarily. I don't think eunuchs necessarily count as femboys because they're not all like... Eunuchs aren't like inherently super attractive and feminine. They're like... They just have their balls cut off. They're fat? I don't know. Hello, Dirt. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. They can sing like angels, though. Yeah, didn't they used to do that to like choir boys or whatever? They would like castrate them so that they could always sing the high notes. Mia, my tummy has been hurting all day. Am I pregnant? Asking for serious advice only. Yes. Everybody knows that if your stomach hurts, it means you're pregnant. Yes. Duh. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're pregnant. I'm the dad, by the way. Nuh-uh, Dirt. You can't be the father. I'm the father. That don't make no sense. Feels pregnant, man. I don't make the rules. Yeah, I'm tummy hurt today because I'm having sperm cramps. I'm having sperm cramps, not pregnancy cramps. These are sperm cramps because I haven't jerked off. I know, chat. I know, you got, yeah, I know. I will accept your condolences, chat. Tell me you're sorry that I'm having sperm cramps from not jacking off. You guys know how that feels. Also, Alfonso, thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. It's genetics, but it's just random. I guess it is unfair. That is pretty unfair. I'm sorry, man. Oh yeah, but if you have a beard, that usually counteracts the baldness, you know? Because then you're like a lumberjack. Yeah, I'm having sperm cramps. Let me go on Amazon. I need to go on Amazon because I'm having sperm cramps. Let's see. This is so fucking womanly, dude! This is so womanly, it's disgusting. I go on Amazon, it's like girly sneakers, handbags, and like frilly socks. This is so womanly. Ugh. And makeup. Ew, freaking women! Ah. Is there anything? Hiking bags? Damn it, I need to buy more shampoo and conditioner. That's what it is. Recommended for you with fast delivery. It's my shampoo and conditioner. I'm out of conditioner. It's $24. Ridiculous. Grr. Grr. Buy the all-purpose horse shampoo? Nuh-uh. I need to use Olaplex. I need to use fancy Olaplex. Or else my hair will fall out because I bleached my hair once. Listen, I can either use expensive shampoo and conditioner so my hair doesn't fall out or cut my hair really short. I am literally a damaged hair Andy. I don't want to cut my hair short. I don't want to. I hate short hair. You guys like the short hair though. Look at it. Bald. I wanted the ability to have short hair and long hair. I don't like choosing. So look, I can have short hair here. But I don't know. Cut it short and then get a wig. That's pretty smart. Actually, yeah, wait, I could just cut my hair short and wear wigs. Awful advice. But then I don't have to choose. You wear wigs. I love that clip. Jewish women do that? Why? Is it against Judaism to have hair, so they have to go bald and wear wigs? Yeah? What? They're not- wait. That's stupid, though. Okay, my thing with these, like, religious loopholes is it's like you're telling me God, all-knowing and all-powerful, isn't gonna know that you're hiding your hair by putting more hair on top of it? Wait, guys, I shouldn't be talking about this. I'm gonna get in trouble. Okay. Enough. Enough on that topic. Enough on that topic. Don't clip that! No, guys, I'm not anti-Semitic. Yes, I know what Mormon soaking is, where they make somebody jump on the bed. They make somebody jump on the bed because they're not supposed to have sex. And if somebody's jumping on the bed, pushing them instead, it doesn't count as having sex. I have choice words. Yeah, Mormons are freaking weird! Yeah, that's real. That is totally real. That is 100% real. You'd think I'd, like, make shit up like that for the bit, but that's, like, 100% real. Melvin! Thank you for the super chat! It's time for me to go, but thank you for the male pregnancy. I'll be back eventually for child support. Hopefully the chud has your hair. Guys, I'm gonna owe Melvin child support because he's pregnant with my baby. The chudling. Guys, 1 in chat if you think the chudling is gonna have hair. 2 in chat if the chudling is gonna be bald. 1 in chat if the chudling will have hair. 2 in chat if the chudling will be- oh, fuck. Fuck. Oh, no! My chuddy! My chuddy is gonna be bald! No. My chudling. Oh, he's gonna be bald. Born with hair, but he gets like a receding hairline at like 2 months. Instead of like, you know, when the babies start growing and they start getting more hair, the chudling is gonna have less hair. Only back hair. And, like, hobbit feet. He's gonna have, like, hairy hobbit feet and back hair, and that's it. Like Wolverine. He's gonna look like Wolverine. My chudling. Ah, my chudling! He's gonna be so fucking chopped. My chudling is gonna be chopped. I don't know what to freaking do. I'm balding. Is it over for me? 2 months old. Chat! We have to do the freaking Wordle! Oh my god, we have to do our dailies. It's Miia Monday, and I did not do dailies yesterday. I hope you guys are freaking ready. It's time for the goddamn dailies. And then we're gonna watch Manifesto Killers. He's gonna be ugly. The chudling is gonna be ugly. He's gonna be ugly from my side. There's gonna be my genetics that make him ugly, too. It's horse today? You guys think it- okay, in true Uma Musume spirit, let's do horse. It's not horse. We can do... Let's do... We can do... Clank. Oh! Okay. Flunk. Damn it! Blink. Yeah! Blink, blink, blink. I still got it, baby. Still got it in me. Time for the mini. Lock in. This is the important. This is the one that counts, chat. Something made of gold or onion. I don't know. Onion. A Mid-East ruler. Jeopardy round with just one clue. Final Jeopardy. Baby. Blank baby. Soccer official. Ref. Yeah, that bothers me. I don't know. San Francisco football player informally. Is that like a Niner? Like 49ers? Do they call him Niner? Do they? Grape. Low. Oh, ring! Onion ring! A ring. Nepo baby. Drew, maybe? I fucked something up. I mind. Oh, I mind! I mind! Sub 1 minute! Sub 1 minute! I've got it. Still got it in me. Still got it in me, baby. Still got it in me. Let's do the connections. I'm not washed yet. Roller coaster. Ooh. Veneer. Ooh. What? Is this like teeth things? I don't know. This is like shit you get on your teeth. Dental stuff. Bridge. I don't know. I've never had like a bunch of work on my teeth. I got teeth pulled out. And I got braces, but... Thank you for subscribing to my channel! Minute. Hot tub nozzle NFL player things I put my penis in. What? What? Agree? Add airplane? What? Okay. What? Things that blow. NFL player. Cut it out! Things with rings. Wait, or things with rings, maybe? I don't know. This one's kind of hard. Velvet. Airplane and Drive are movies. That's true. I saw Drive and I thought it would be like movies. Jets! Oh. Hot tub nozzle is a jet. Things I'd run it over with? What? Airplane, yeah, airplane jet. And hot tub nozzle jet, but fucking what else? Jet. Jet coaster. Jet black. I think we're on to something. I think we're on to something. NFL player Jets. Oh! 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 Oh, whirlwind, roller coaster, circus, soap opera. Yay! That's crazy. I saw peaks and I was like, this has to be Twin Peaks. But I didn't know how Twin Peaks would fit in with the other stuff. But I had the right idea. Second words in David Lynch titles. Okay. Yeah, okay. We did it! Is it still playing? Uh-oh. Let's do this one. My non-copyright music. Strands! Oh my gosh, this is a good run today, chat. Sub 1 minute! No, that took longer. What the fuck does trellis? What does that mean? What? What does this mean? Oh, bridges. Okay. Bridges. Flowers. Climbers. Oh, like vines. So like wisteria? Wisteria. Ah, vine plants! Vine plants. Okay. Could there be like the trumpet flowers? Or maybe like climbing plants. Wait, there's something flower. Maybe it's like something flower? Something flower? Oh, moonflower. I feel like, hold on. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's what these are. Yeah, I saw one of these when I was little, when my family went to San Francisco once when I was little. And I saw one of these and I thought it was literally like, it was like this color. It was like purple, like this. And it was like on like one of those like racks. I thought it was like the prettiest thing ever. I took a picture of it. No, when I was actually little, I like took a picture of it on like my Nintendo DS. My Nintendo DSi. Like, I was a kid. I don't know if is that like justification of being young enough? I took a fucking picture of it with my Nintendo DSi. Okay. So the spanogram, I feel like is gonna be a cross. Climbers? Climber? Yeah! What, are you 12? You genuinely piss me off. Oh my god, this is an Alien Stage reference. What is this? The fuck is this? Pea? Sweet pea. Ah. Jasmine? There. Yay! That wasn't so bad. That was a pretty good one. All right, while we wait, Bandle. We have to do the Bandle, guys. It's tradition. 2007 and it's easy. Oh, is this, it's, yeah. Yeah, that's easy. Ah, that's so easy. What the heck? I know this one because, Don't Stop the Music is in one of my playlists. What am I witnessing? Fucking peak performance, baby. That's what you're witnessing. Fucking peak performance. Do you guys want to hear the glorp version? Are we ready for glorping, chat? Are we ready for glorping? Thank you for the follow, Guy Tech! Ah! There's no glorp today. There's no glorp today, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry there's no glorp today. Hi, Techie Goat! It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, no glorp today, but that was an easy one. What is the breakdown? Yeah, see, 30% of people got it on the first guess, man. Possible gem rolled. If this is the Soy Jack survivors, I already have it. 5 nights at Cobson's? It hasn't been oh my god, it's Golden Cobson. Scary. Imp Jack? This is scary. This is scary. Gemrold? Lots of spine-chilling lore. This is scary, man. Oh, man, what the fuck? What the fuck? I don't know about that sign. What? Which one? The naked one? Swolesome? Ah! The N-word! The N-word. Oops. Whatever. It's scary! 5 nights at Cobson's, dude. I'm not ready for that. Oh, wait, shoot. I wanted to make you guys watch a YouTube video. It's 2 hours long. Are you guys ready to, like, freaking hunker down for a 2-hour-long YouTube video with me? I'm just looking at the suggested stuff. I'm just curious. What the fuck? Why has he got his feet in the damn thumbnail? That's nasty. Anyways. There's a Turkey Tom. No, it's the Manifesto Killer video by Turkey Tom. Manifesto Killers. I am really excited. It's an iceberg video, and you guys know I really like icebergs. Bionicle lore recap. I want long hair. I like having long hair, man. Okay. Yay! Yay, I'm so excited, I'm so excited, I'm so excited, yay! Fuck you, we're watching Turkey Tom. I don't care. And then we can talk about Uma again. We can watch the Turkey Tom one, and then we can watch, and then we can Uma some more. Yeah, look, 2.5 hours long, you guys. Oh my god, there's a fucking iDubbbz documentary. Fuck! I promised we'd watch the Manifesto Killer one, though.
It's controversial to
I promised we'd watch the Manifesto Killer one. Because this, look at how many, oh my god, Randy Stare. Oh my god, some of these I don't even know. Yeah, some of these ones I actually don't even know.
Cover certain criminals. As some say, it gives them the infamy they always wanted. On the other hand, the reasons why they do what they do may run much deeper than the pursuit of notoriety. And it's important to understand why to prevent their actions from repeating themselves.
I think in the case of this guy, sorry to pause, Andy, but in the case of this guy, man, how the fuck do you even do shit so that his actions don't repeat themselves? He literally got, like, freaking parasocially attached to, like, a one-off character in Danny Phantom. How does that even happen? You're like 3x louder in the video. I promise it's because I talk loud. It's because I talk really loudly.
A very select few of these criminals have gone as far as to write entire documents trying to
explain their motivations. Good or louder.
And today, we'll cover all of them. This is the Manifesto Killer Iceberg. I should also disclaim that we'll be delving into topics related to true crime, mental health, is advised.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Turkey Tom. It's okay, tiny bit louder.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. You've probably heard these words in a meme or a passing critique of things like AI. But long before it became a catchphrase for general technology skepticism, it was embodied by a man. Born Theodore John Kaczynski in 1942 to a Polish-American family in Chicago, Ted's early childhood was marked by a very severe case of hives that led to him being separated from his parents by the pediatric hospital
Wait,
for a
what?
week. This event, along with Ted's dejected and depressed behavior once he was discharged, traumatized his mother to the point where she believes that that's where her son's psychological issues began.
Wait, actually, I didn't know about this. I actually didn't know about that. Wait, so he went, like, his schizo, like, freaking, what the fuck? It started because he got hives when he was a little kid. He got hives and had to go to the hospital, and he became schizophrenic because of that.
But he did improve and had a normal childhood, frequently camping with his father and brother, and being generally fond of the outdoors. And him being in touch with nature would also be a running theme, as
I have hives. Where's my camera? I have hives. Well, right now I have like this giant thing because my kitty scratched me and I got really bad hives. But I already put like prescription stuff on it. You see the freaking bumps? You can see in the lighting like I have bumps all over my arm. I've got freaking hives on my arm right now. I've got hives. I'm gonna turn it, yeah, and I'm gonna turn into him. Be yourself. Be yourself. I'm gonna, it's not, no, I'm not itching it. I have like prescription medicine for it. It's because I'm allergic to my cat.
he had a pet parakeet he'd have perched on his shoulder, even when taking family photos. According to pretty much anyone who knew him during childhood, he was healthy and well-adjusted. But soon after, they found he was much more than that. You see, up until 5th grade, Ted fit in with the other kids. But once he got an IQ test that revealed his IQ was 167, he skipped the 6th grade entirely and went right to the 7th, which eventually allowed him to graduate at just 15 years old. While this may sound good at face value, it resulted in Ted feeling left out and bullied by the other kids he shared classes with. It's at this point that Ted went from an active, healthy kid to an exceptionally smart but lonely teenager, aloof from his peers. During his brief but eventful time in school, Ted became extremely proficient at mathematics.
That's him? Whoa, he's in the freaking nerd thing. That's him?
In advanced math classes and becoming one of his school's 5 national merit finalists, which fast-tracked his way into Harvard University. There, he spent 3 years getting a Bachelor of Arts degree in mathematics, but in his 2nd year, something unusual took place. Harvard psychologist Henry Murray was conducting a study where students were told they'd be debating philosophy with
and then he got MK Ultra. You see that, but just you wait until my Tulpa Freddy Foster tells me I need a high score so we can do the What? What? Ex-legendary hero, thank you for the super chat! What the frick, man? He got MK Ultra. Yeah, they're getting freaky in the YouTube chat.
Other students and had to prepare essays expounding on their beliefs. Then, instead of debating another student, an anonymous person would engage with the subject by exclusively demeaning their interests and beliefs to a verbally abusive degree, using the information from the essays as ammunition. Ted, under the subject name Lawful, was one of the 22 undergrads who took part, and he spent a total of 200 hours contributing to it, meaning he spent around 8 days straight just being harassed by a stranger for his thoughts for no real reason whatsoever. While Ted resented Murray for feeling
I mean, to be fair, if I got yelled at by a random person for 200 hours, I'd probably develop some psychological issues. And I do this for free? What? He did this for the love of the game. Maybe he was just a masochist. I don't know.
Feeling that he'd violated his privacy by letting a random anonymous person read his essay, he didn't think this study had any long-lasting effects on his worldview and psyche. So, after he graduated Harvard, he applied to 3 other universities, all of which accepted him. But only one, the University of Michigan, offered him a teaching post and an additional annual grant of a little over $2,000, which would be worth $24,000 in today's money. While he did perform well during his time there, and pretty much every single faculty member that came in contact with him had only great things to say, he eventually described the 5 years he spent there as the worst 5 years of his life.
Turkey Tom's getting a Gamer Subs cup? I'm not buying a Gamer Subs cup. I don't care. I don't care if it's a Turkey Tom cup. I am not buying a Gamer Subs cup. I literally don't care. I don't care if it's... But it's Turkey Tom butt naked spreading hole. I don't care.
And given he made that claim...
Turkey Tom's Big Naturals. What if it's really sexy? Turkey Tom Goatsy Gamer Subs cup. I'm not buying it. My god. I need this.
From inside
I'm
of
not
a prison,
buying
you
it.
can imagine how bad the university must have been. Regardless, his dissertation that year won a prize for the best dissertation of the year, and his director recognized his work as the best he'd ever done.
Gaping
Despite
subs.
acknowledging it was the kind of high-octane academic text that only a few people could even begin to appreciate.
What
but
the
one
fuck?
really odd detail about the time during which
Wait, so he studied math? That was all he did? He just did a bunch of math?
she was working on this dissertation is that over several weeks in 1966, Ted began having sexual fantasies of being a female, going as far as to decide to transition and schedule a meeting with a psychiatrist to take the first steps toward that goal. It wasn't until he actually got to the psychiatrist's waiting room that he reconsidered, at which point he became deeply enraged at the mere thought of following through on his fantasies. He proceeded to speak to the psychiatrist, but neglected to mention any of the thoughts that had been troubling his mind, pretending—
How does that even happen? How does that even happen? And he just like, and then he's like, fuck, why did I think that? Why did I ever think that? And he just like freaked out. He just seems a little unstable. Cause he was an incel?
Instead to be depressed over the prospect of being drafted into the military. He eventually channeled his rage.
Wait, based Ted? He was gonna do that to fucking draft dodge? Hold on. Perhaps I was too harsh on you, Ted. Perhaps I was too harsh.
For his experience here in his writings, saying, "As I walked away from the building after—
Yeah, dude, he said he did 200 hours of that freaking experiment, and he's like, yeah, no, I don't think it had any impact on my psyche, but I feel like it really did.
Afterwards, I felt disgusted about what my uncontrolled sexual cravings had almost led me to do, and I felt humiliated, and I violently hated the
just sleep with a
psychiatrist.
girl!
Just then, there came a major turning point in my life. Like a phoenix, I burst from the ashes of my despair to a
or perhaps like a dragon? Tell him to put a girl on. Put a girl on. I was like, hi, me scepter! Say that again.
New hope. I will kill, but I will make at least some effort to avoid detection so that I can kill again. These intentions to kill were first directed at the psychiatrist, and then to other people in his life whom he disliked.
Wait, why the fuck? Dude, can you imagine being a fucking psychiatrist? A schizo guy, like, comes to your office, he's like, I need a sex change operation right now. And then he actually comes into the office, he's like, I can't believe I said that I needed that. Help me. I don't want that. I don't know what to do. You talk to him, he leaves, and then he's like, I'm gonna kill my psychiatrist. That's freaking terrifying!
Right. While he always enjoyed being close to nature over modern urban living, this is the first time where that preference escalated into a willingness to harm others, and it marks the beginning of his ultimate undoing. His professional career, despite being promising as he came closer and closer to being a tenured professor, suddenly came to an end when he resigned in 1969. While he left behind an impressive legacy as not only the youngest Harvard professor for the time, but also having most, if not all, of his conjectures about mathematics proven to be true. Over the next couple of years, Ted first moved back in with his parents, and—
Man, dude, imagine how he could have, like, advanced mathematics if he wasn't, like, a schizophrenic motherfucker, and he had, like, stayed in academia. He got two in his fifis. Yeah.
Then to a house in the middle of the Montana wilderness, with no electricity or even clean running water. His income came from performing random tasks for people who live nearby, but he needed very little in the first place.
He was living like a freaking, like he's in a video game. He just did side quests and shit.
As the entire purpose of having moved out there was to become self-sufficient, to live off the land, to live off the grid. For the first few years of it, Ted lived peacefully, collecting books to continue his habit of studying. But this time it wasn't math, but instead sociology and political philosophy. But by 1975, his lifestyle took on a slightly more hostile nature, as Ted began setting up traps around his cabin to prevent invaders or outsiders in general from approaching it. One of the books he read happened to be The Technological Society by Jacques Ellul. Although that
he's already in the middle of nowhere and he's like setting up like freaking bear traps around his house. Also, hi, about 39 noobs. Devious.
Wasn't the intention of the author. It gave an articulate voice to Ted's lifelong skepticism of tech, setting him on a darker path. Eventually, in 1978, after—
Wait, actually, this is freaking crazy because he's like, I hate technology. Technology is evil. In like the freaking 1970s, they didn't even have like the kind of technology that he's like, this technology is evil, is like a goddamn tape recorder. He's like, yeah, tape recording and playback, this technology is evil. They didn't even have character AI. They didn't even have cell phones. All they had was TVs and tape recorders. Dude, imagine if he lived in like the 2000s. Imagine if he lived in like the 2000s.
Lifelong skepticism.
Dude, yeah. Imagine putting Ted in like a fucking Quest headset and throwing his ass into a furry VR chat lobby. Yeah, imagine. Yeah, put his ass in an MMORPG, dude.
Setting him on a darker path. Eventually, in 1978, after plenty of experience jerry-rigging bizarre contraptions up around his house, Ted began carrying out his plan to strike out at the world that he'd come to see as moving forward too fast. And oddly, he picked Buckley Christ, a professor of materials engineering at Northwestern University, as his first victim. He did this by cleverly putting together an explosive package with a return address to Buckley and leaving it in a parking lot of another university. Fortunately, when it got to Buckley, he instantly recognized that he'd never mailed that package, and being suspicious that it could contain drugs, he had a campus police officer handle it instead, which, although it resulted in the detonation of the explosive inside, only caused a few very small, non-life-threatening injuries.
Damn.
Thus began the terrorist career of Ted Kaczynski, spanning the next 17 years, during which he targeted universities and airlines, hence the name Unabomber.
That's crazy! He's like, yeah, I hate technology, I'm gonna kill college professors. Really? They're just normal people. Yeah, he's like, I'm just gonna kill normal people because I hate televisions.
His attacks resulted in the deaths of 3 people: computer store owner Hugh Scruton, advertising executive Thomas Mosser, and president of the California Forestry Association, Gilbert
Why is he— what? Guy who's committed to living off the grid kills the head of the Forestry Association? Just cuz? I understand the ad exec, but like, what?
Brent Murray. But these are only the ones that actually passed away as a consequence of Ted's explosives, as many others were injured in a variety of ways. Besides these, there are other direct and indirect casualties of Ted's. Not only was he responsible for the deaths of some dogs he poisoned around the area where he lived, he came very close to killing a toddler that lived nearby. The only reason he held himself back from doing it was because he knew he'd have to kill the rest of her family as well in order to prevent himself from being caught.
Wow, this is genuine schizophrenia. Holy shit. What? And he was gonna— these people who are already, like, living out there, he decides to move out into the wilderness. You know, there's a few other people also in the wilderness. And he's like, dude, fuck these people in the wilderness. I should kill all of them because they're near my wilderness.
Despite the notoriety—
yeah, dude, he got rage baited by a fucking toddler.
Of his attacks, Ted somehow remained free, due to the way he put his bombs together, how careful he was when delivering them, and how distant from civilization he was. The FBI was having a very difficult time putting the pieces of the puzzle together and discovering who the Unabomber was. That is, until Ted finished writing his manifesto and mailed it to some newspaper publications. Sitting at a whopping 35,000 words in length, the manifesto, which is more akin to a full-on book, was titled Industrial Society and Its Future. In it, he enshrines technological development as the root of all evil. While the contents of it can get highly specific when detailing the process through which technological development negatively and irreversibly alters how societies arrange themselves, one thing that really jumps out of the text is that
they didn't even have computers, man. They didn't even— I mean, like, yeah, they had computers, but I'm talking, like, whatever the computers that they had, it was, like— it was the things where, like, I don't know, it didn't even, like, display shit on the screen. They didn't even— yeah, they didn't even have 4090s!
That Ted suffers from intense tunnel vision when it comes to this topic. There's little in the way of an idea of what exactly the world is supposed to be like, nor is there any coherent idea of what a move away from technology would even be in the first place. I guess his lack of dedicated thought toward that aspect of his worldview is what led him to conclude that blowing up a few random people was the best way to attain his objectives. In the place—
yeah. No, no, you don't understand. The only way to fix this is to blow up a few people.
of a vision of the outcome of the revolution he proposes, there is only the glorification of the wilderness.
Dude, he just needed to, yeah, he needed to watch some cam girl streams. You know, maybe he wouldn't have been, because I feel like this stems from him being like a freaking incel. Like, maybe if we just put this dude onto like somebody travel back in time, give him like some oiled up kick cam girl, and like tell him like this is what the Industrial Revolution is gonna bring in our future, and then maybe he wouldn't be blowing people up so much, you know.
As a concept. Ironically, the pursuit of the wilderness for its own sake
Goon,
is
don't
as bad
boom.
as the pursuit of technology for its own sake, as neither of them are particularly concerned with the well-being and convenience of human beings. At some point, the most advanced forms of technology were sharp sticks and fire, and those stood between thriving primitive communities and getting mauled by wild animals. This is kind of the problem with Ted Kaczynski's analysis in general, because whenever he comes up with a halfway decent criticism of how the world is, such as his description of over-socialization, you have to weigh that against the fact that he wanted to shoot a toddler just because she was near him. Another lowlight of—
We're based. Oh.
his manifesto is his concept of the power process,
Whoa.
which is so vague and arbitrary that it might as well have come from the time
Cube divinity? The harmonic time cube. Your ignorance of harmonic cube is demonic.
guy. All of this is without mentioning the fact that most, if
time
not all of his ideas
cube.
are borrowed and cobbled together from other modern
time
thinkers,
cube.
like the aforementioned Jacques Ellul, Sigmund Freud, and a few others. Lastly, it's also quite clear that Ted is almost exclusively familiar with modern psychology and philosophy, most of which comes from after the Industrial Revolution, which he rallies against relentlessly. This is quite ironic, since if he wanted to be diligent about his praise of the pre-industrial societies, he could have easily developed a much clearer image of what kind of world
They haven't mentioned that he hated leftists. Well, yeah, he just hated everyone. That's
and
my
people that
understanding.
kind of society produces. And he would have instantly learned that
He
his
got
vision didn't at all
cubed.
match that of pre-industrial philosophers. For example, Ted, a lifelong atheist, could never bring himself to adopt any religious beliefs, even
he
if he
was a
felt tempted at
chud.
times, especially during his time in the wilderness. His objection to it
He invented a god? What?
was that there was simply no science
This rebuttal sounds like Tom is using ChatGPT. Everybody knows that Turkey Tom doesn't do the research for his videos. He has a team that does them.
scientific proof of there being a god. And in this, he had a lot more in common with the post-industrial man than with the people he aspired to be, in an ultimate sense. Pretty much every prominent person before the Industrial Revolution was engaging
Hello,
with religion in
King
one way or
Pooh.
another. But his undying respect for the scientific method
Yeah,
and early
he
modern
just
creation
talks.
stood in Ted's way up until the day he died. Characterizations of Ted as someone who yearned to be a genuine hunter-gatherer or medieval peasant all fall short, since
looks so
despite his many objections to it, he was a
freaky!
product of the
He
modern
looks
world
yeah,
through
dude.
and through. He didn't
would be. Who is the guy? Who is the guy on r/atheism? I am euphoric. What was his name? The quote by him. In this moment, I am euphoric. Not because of any false god, but because I am enlightened by my own intelligence. He would be like that r/atheism guy, I think.
leave society to live the life his ancestors would have lived in some tribal community. As a matter of fact, he didn't even go far enough to prevent people from just accidentally finding their way to his cabin. He left society with the full intent of continuing to engage with it, although this time in a hostile and destructive way. As an
Why is
atomized-
his hair so tall? Dude, why is his hair so freaking tall, man? He looks like he's wearing one of those, like hunter hats. No barbers, no showers, no shampoo.
individual putting together fairly technologically sophisticated weapons, bombs. As pointed as his manifesto was, it fell flat and shallow, as its contents were chronically overshadowed by, well, the fact that he was blowing random people up via the mail. But I should say, there was one great thing that came from the publication of his manifesto, and that was his cap.
Just to be clear, I'm not a professional quote maker. I'm just an atheist teenager who greatly values his intelligence and scientific fact over any silly fiction book written 3,500 years ago. This being said, I am open to any and all criticism. In this moment, I am euphoric. Not because of any phony god's blessing, but because I am enlightened by my intelligence. Yeah, so what is his username? It was like a retarded username, though. In this moment, I am euphoric. A.A. Lewis! It was A.A. Lewis, man. It was A.A. Lewis. Limp Faithfulness 227. That's my Reddit. Yes. Yes. Man, fuck, dude. I can't believe that, like, internet history is, like... Man. Man. I can't believe that r/atheism was, like, respectable before that whole thing. Before the cringe. A.A. Lewis single-handedly halted the march of atheism, dude. I can't believe that internet atheists used to be, like, a respectable, like, it wasn't like a haha atheist, Reddit atheist. It was like a, yes, you're an intellectual, I see.
Capture. At the beginning of this entry, I mentioned that Ted had a younger brother, but only now does he come back into play. While Ted's mind decayed and his life spiraled apart, his brother David had a similar path, quitting his career as a school teacher to just live off the land for a few years. But unlike Ted, after 15 years of living in a cabin on a remote plot of land in Texas, when David's father passed away, he returned to society and embraced a normal life, which included
no fucking way! He lived in the wilderness and he didn't start killing people?
Included rekindling his relationship with and eventually marrying his high school girlfriend, Linda.
I thought I was gonna be his mom! Oh, Lord. Oh, no. Oh, no. When he said rekindling relationship with, I was like, yes, he started talking to his mom again. Sorry. That's not what happened.
Later, after the publication of Ted's manifesto, Linda read it and immediately suspected that Ted was the one behind it. When she told David of her suspicion, David also perused the text and felt the same way. At the time, the FBI was at an all-time high alert, and they were so desperate for tips that they were offering $1 million for anyone who could help them catch the Unabomber. But of the thousands of tips they received, only one panned out, David's, who led them directly to Ted's cabin in Montana, where he was promptly arrested. In his cabin, they found bomb components, 40,000 pages of Ted's journals, and a bunch of firearms and bombs. Following his capture,
40,000 pages of a journal? I mean, honestly, that kind of seems like a nice life. Living alone in a cabin, 40,000 pages of a journal, and a bunch of explosives and guns. Wowee. Wowee.
There was extensive discussion as to whether Ted was insane or not, but ultimately, the trial concluded in Ted pleading guilty to all charges and receiving a life sentence. During his time in prison, he not only continued to hold his
Is he dead? I don't know, I was always under the assumption that he got a death sentence. But he got a life sentence, and this is from 2016.
Technology views, but also produced many new writings, although they mostly echoed his manifesto and added very little in the way of new ideas. He also befriended two other terrorists that he was imprisoned with, namely Timothy McVeigh, who blew up a federal building, killing nearly 200 and injuring another 700, and Ramzi Youssef, an Islamic terrorist whose innumerable acts of terrorism, including the 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center, are speculated to be responsible for the deaths of up to 30-something people and the injuries of over 1,000. After spending over 2 decades in prison, in 2021, Ted...
Why did they let the freaking, like, global terrorists just, like, hang out? He married a pen pal? He actually e-dated? What the heck? I mean, I guess they're in jail. Yeah, they can't do anything.
Was diagnosed with rectal cancer, and after 2 years of consistently showing signs of depression, went out the same way his father did, taking his own life as a consequence of his poor cancer prognosis. Despite how
tragic it was cancer
and catastrophic Ted's life turned out to be, he remains a person of interest in the cultural landscape to this day. With some
why are people like pen paling serial killers? Why are there women that like pen pal the serial killers and are like, I want to marry you? What the hell? What the hell? Ask women. Also, hi Marco! I can fix him.
Some people going as far as to show sympathy for his motivations and deeds. And obviously his writings and work, if you want to call it that, have also inspired a lot of pretty good memes.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Very few criminals have ever attained the same degree of notoriety
as I know this
Harris
one.
and Dylan Klebold, two high schoolers from Colorado.
Oh my god. A couple months ago, I was grinding raids for transmogs in World of Warcraft, and I literally listened to like a 3-hour video about them.
Barely any justification besides their hate.
But now if I run, what is it? What is it? The like freaking... What is it? It was a... yeah, the Emerald... I was grinding the Emerald Nightmare for, transmogs. Wrong one. I was grinding Emerald Nightmare for transmogs, and I was listening to a video about these guys.
Hatred for the world itself to conduct an attack of unforeseen proportions on their high school. Darker still is the fact that they originally planned for bombings to have taken place.
But that's how I remember this.
Overshadowed whatever they managed to do with their firearms.
Yeah, dude, it's the freaking shoulder piece. The shoulder piece I really wanted. I didn't get it, though.
But fortunately, they never developed the degree of expertise necessary to carry out that kind of thing.
Columbine
While many myths arose in the wake of their crime about how their deeds had something to do with bullying or social exclusion, the diary entries they wrote while in the lead-up to the massacre served to clear it up, as both boys were pretty articulate as to why they thought they needed to do what they did. First, let's go over Eric's diary, which immediately starts out with a now completely redacted list of students, which Eric subtitled with the words, Class of 98, top of the should have died list. This grim introduction is immediately followed by, I hate the world. Too many goddamn...
This is crazy. Is this supposed to be a little guy burning in hell? This is not World of Warcraft, don't worry. What the hell? What the hell? Ash baby! Ash baby! Can I get an Ash baby in chat? 10x on mounts? Awesome. Time to start grinding, what is it? Ice Crown Citadel. Ash baby.
Too many thoughts in different societies all wrapped up together in this place called America. Everyone has their own opinions on everything. And you may be saying, well, what makes you so different? Because I have something only me and Dylan have. Self-awareness. We know what we are to this world and what everyone else is. We have been watching you people. We know what you think and how you act. Everything is so corrupt and filled with opinions and points of view and people's own little agendas and schedules. This isn't a world anymore. It's hell on earth, and no one knows it. He sees himself as having a higher awareness than anyone in his surroundings, to the point where he claims he knows how they think and act, but at the same time, he expresses frustration about how many opinions and points of view there are. Being above something generally means that it doesn't affect you, but his frustration seems to stem from the fact that, despite his claimed superiority, he has absolutely no control.
Opinions. My awareness level... My wit level in Uma Musume is actually A+ rating. I actually don't train wit. Training wit is for pussies. Real men only train strength, or what is it? Speed, stamina, and power. Speed, stamina, and power. These two would claim that you need to have a high IQ to understand Rick and Morty.
No power over all of his perceived underlings. Immediately after, he once again alters his stance by complaining instead about how robotic people are and how everyone is a follower. To put it bluntly, there's barely any rhyme or reason to Eric's hatred for the world. With this kind of thing in mind, whatever deeper philosophical motivations anyone's ever ascribed to Eric...
I don't know, didn't they have, like... didn't they, like, not have a super shitty home life, too? I mean, obviously, if anything, they had super negligent parents. If they had, like, if they had, like, all the guns and stuff. But, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Stop Mia coming. What's wrong?
More than a
What
rationalization.
happened?
As a matter of fact,
Hi,
the things he's saying here are also rationalizations. Later on, when they got to recording their tapes, which I've actually covered in another video on my
That's
channel
scary,
titled
dude.
Homemade Videos with Disturbing Backstories, Eric bragged
Oh, I did watch that video as well.
about how
I think
much
I think I watched that on my own though.
deceiving others, tricking them into thinking he was a nice guy.
Right!
In his
Yeah! Can't you find the freaking custom Doom map online? Isn't it possible to find, like, the custom Doom map online? Still?
He elaborated on this
Yeah,
particular
on, like, the
topic,
Internet Archive.
saying, I lie a lot, almost constant, and to everybody, just to keep my own ass out of the water. And by the way, I don't think I'm doing this for attention, as some people may think. Let's see, what are some big lies I've told? Yeah, I stopped smoking.
Also, I'm sorry, I totally forgot to say this. Alban Virus, thank you for the 8 months in the Prime! I'm sorry I missed that. I missed that. I missed that. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I feel bad for doing it, not for getting caught. No, I haven't been making more bombs.
I don't hate you guys!
No, I wouldn't do that. And of course, countless other ones. And yeah, I know I hate liars and I am one myself. Oh well. It's okay if I'm a hypocrite, but no one else.
Like, see, this is like, I don't know, this is so childish, man. Wait, the one that has, wait, some of the Doom maps are actually Lost Media. The school layout one is actually Lost Media. Oh. Yeah, like my understanding was they weren't total social rejects. And it's like, it's so freaking childish. Like, yes, they're kids, but like, you know, whatever. It's okay if I'm a hypocrite, but no one else can be because I'm a higher being or whatever. Ah!
Because I am
Sigh. She hates me personally. Sigh, sigh, sigh. I'm gonna go write a manifesto about how my streamer hates me now.
higher than you people. No matter what you say, if you disagree, I would shoot you. This is one of the most telling traits of someone who either has or is developing strong tendencies towards sadistic and psychopathic behavior.
Holy
and,
shit.
like every sadist and psychopath, Eric drastically overestimated his ability to deceive. As almost exactly 2 years before the attack took place, Eric's father had taken notice of his erratic, violent, and otherwise inappropriate behavior and started keeping track of it in a log. Other people around Eric, including his friends, had also picked up on his violent outbursts, but none of them realized
it's like they had friends. They literally had friends.
the extent of his issue. Throughout his diary, which was written over the course of around a year, Eric came up with a plethora of explanations for his philosophy of the world, but the themes remained consistent. He expressed feeling like he was God, like he was the physical manifestation of concepts like universal intelligence, natural selection, math, and science, but not once does he attach these feelings to anything besides his willingness to break what he considered to be arbitrary laws that constrained the human race. It's like the mere idea of not being allowed to do something, or being expected not to, was insulting, and consequently, breaking these expectations and norms was attractive as a means of demonstrating his superiority. Based on his comments about how all morality is man-made and relative, it's almost as if he induced—
Dude, this is evil. Kill mankind. Kill mankind.
ego death and derealization through sheer sadistic impulse. Regardless of what psychopaths and sadists come up with as far as explanations for their behavior, the reality is always that they simply get joy out of predating on those who are vulnerable to them.
Yeah, it's like a freaking, like a god larper, literally.
Committing every crime of
Yeah, me when mom finds the freaking poop sock and tells me to throw it away and take a shower.
Opportunity they possibly can. And if you are weak or dumb enough to be targeted by them, then you deserve it. It's a power trip generated by someone who, for one reason or another, resents their own weakness. In late 1998, Eric wrote, "Everyone is always making fun of me because of how I look, how weak I am. Well, I will get you all back. Ultimate revenge here. You people could have shown more respect, treated me better, asked for my knowledge or guidance more, treated me more like a senior, and maybe I wouldn't have been as ready to tear your heads off. Then again, I've always hated how I looked. I make fun of people who look like me.
You are shitting yourself!" Wait, I need to find that clip. Yeah, it's kind of crybaby shit. Okay, hold on. YouTube. No, the one where you are shitting yourself. Go to the bathroom.
Demetrius, Get off the game, go to the bathroom, and take a shit. Now.
Hey.
Bathroom and shit now. Go to the bathroom and take a shit. I can smell you. Get off. Go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom. I can smell you shitting yourself. Get up and go to the bathroom. Now. Get up and go to the bathroom.
Not yet. What the hell?
Go to the bathroom. You're shitting yourself.
Not yet. What the
Not yet. What the hell? Not yet. What the hell?
Shitting yourself.
Not yet. No.
I will rip everything apart. I swear to God. Go to the bathroom.
Not yet.
You're shitting yourself.
Not yet.
You're shit.
Is this scripted? Is this scripted? This is like a skit, right? This is like a scripted skit, right? Right? Or is it real?
King, yourself. Poop is coming out of your fucking asshole. Go to the bathroom.
Not yet.
Go.
What the hell?
Not yet. No.
Go to the goddamn bathroom.
Not yet. What the hell? I freaking love this clip, man! It's so dumb.
Without even thinking. Sometimes just because I want to rip on myself. That's where a lot of my hate grows from. The fact that I have practically no self-esteem, especially concerning
Oh my god! If you have no self-esteem, that doesn't mean you need to friggin' shoot people.
girls and looks and such. Therefore, people make fun of me constantly. Therefore, I get no respect, and therefore, I get...
Guys, imagine if I started shooting people because I didn't like that you guys called me chopped and retarded. Imagine if instead of laughing it off, I started shooting people in game.
pissed. If all of this is coming off as petty, it's because that's what it is. Between his fantasies of violent revenge, there was only the odd admission to hating himself and more fantasies, this time of girls from his class that he desperately wanted to be with, but couldn't. He can talk about how much he liked philosophers like Hobbes and Nietzsche, and how his writings have deeper meanings, but underneath the surface...
What does being chopped mean? Chopped means ugly. Chopped means ugly.
Of pretense, there's just a drive to satisfy himself and his pride, and nothing else. Later on, it becomes even clearer that the people who excluded Eric for being weird weren't being unfair and bullying him, they were just picking up on the fact that he was a hostile, compulsive liar who was interested in nothing besides himself and his thoughts. The only thing he truly prized. Dylan, on the other hand, was a bit of a different story. Unlike Eric's rapacious cover page listing the people who should die, Dylan's cover page is strangely childish in nature. At the top, he wrote, "Fact. People are so unaware. Well, ignorance is bliss, I guess." That would explain my depression, followed by a quotation mark listing himself as the author of the quote. Underneath, there was a drawing
That's so...
of a book that was subtitled, "This book cannot be opened by anyone except Dylan." Parentheses, "Some supernatural force blocks common people from entering." The next page has a few crude drawings and a diagram depicting a tiered distribution of existence, and completely outside of it is a square labeled me, which is essentially Eric claiming the status of the ultimate outcast. It's only when we get to the first page of actual writing that we get a much more
it feels toony. That's what I was gonna say, toony. It feels kind of toony.
Apparent display of personality, especially when contrasted with Eric, who seemed to be posturing even when writing in his diary. Dylan starts out by laying out all aspects of his life that cross his mind, almost as if he were sitting outside of it altogether. But eventually, he circles his way to the point. He sees death, namely his own, as a means of escaping his reality, which, in his eyes, is composed of monotony, cycles of mild suffering
kind of
punctuated by
sad.
completely meaningless tasks. There's no anger here, just melancholy. Unlike
That's
Eric,
sad, man. Wait, so he was more depressed and the other guy was like just wanted to kill a bunch of people. Damn.
who eventually got to existential questions to justify his hatred for other people, Dylan's primary struggle is existential, and because of it, he eventually comes to the conclusion that death is the only way out, although he only talks about his own, not that of other people. He occasionally says similar—
Wait, he didn't even— what? Wait, he didn't even write about freaking killing other people. Also, Notispire, thank you for the follow, I really appreciate it.
things to Eric, claiming to be a god, but it seems a lot more contrived than Eric's musings. With Dylan, it's less about placing himself above people and more about placing himself outside of society, not out of sheer superiority, but instead from feeling alien to his surroundings and his peers. Interestingly enough, on the following page, he refers to someone else besides Eric as his best friend, but proceeds to lament that this person
Damn.
no longer spent any time with him after getting a girlfriend. Ironically enough, this
Oh my god. How did him and Eric get to, not together, but like, how did this happen, dude? How the fuck did this happen, man? Women! Damn women.
is soon followed by Dylan himself claiming to have found his true soulmate in a girl from school, who he describes as his first love. However normal this passage is in and of itself,
That's
this
pretty
brief
normal.
honeymoon period he had with this girl he wasn't even dating quickly came to an abrupt end.
Oh.
As the next entry in his diary reads, "Oh God, I want to die so bad." Such a sad...
Oh. They weren't bullied, the psycho one made that up? Also, you're not chopped, just tarted in a good way. Thank you, God Hates Taxes, and thank you for the super chat. Also, I'm a cat. Thank you for the follow.
Desolate, lonely, unsalvageable I feel I am. Not fair. Not fair. I wanted happiness. I never got it. Let some...
See, yeah. I feel like so much of this is like acting like, oh God, my life is over. Oh, dude, I've wasted my life. My entire life is over. Whole time they're freaking 16 years old.
Up my life. It is the most miserable existence in the history of time. My best friend has ditched me forever, lost in bettering himself, and having/enjoying/taking for granted his love. They look at me like I'm a stranger. I helped them both out through life, and they left me in the abyss of suffering that I boosted them out of.
16
The one whom I
wasted
thought was my
years.
true love is not. Just a shell of what I want the most. The meanest trick was played on me, a fake love. She, in reality, doesn't care about me, doesn't even know me. I have no happiness, no ambitions, no friends, and no love. Redacted can get me that gun, I hope. I want to use it on a poor SOB I know.
He
His name
stopped
is
jerking
Dylan. What else
off
can
and
I do or give?
everything.
I stopped watching adult films. I try not to pick on people. I've always been
Wait, see, this guy seems like a normal person, just like incredibly depressed. Never goon. He stopped jorking.
hated by everyone and everything, just never aware. Goodbye, all the crushes I've ever had. Just shells, images, no truths. But why? A dark time, infinite sadness. I want to find love. In the
When I was Miia musings, what was I doing when I was 16? What was I doing when I was 16? I was playing Osu, I'm gonna be honest. Man, I just don't have the makings of a serial killer, because what was I doing when I was 16, single, you know, no boy wanted to talk to me? What was I doing? I would go home and freaking grind Osu for like 5 hours a day. I was playing Minecraft. Yeah, motherfucker, I was playing Minecraft and Osu, dude. I was happy. I don't know. I was spending 20 hours a week making pizzas and playing the trumpet. Wasn't that like 4 years ago? That was way more than 4 years
end,
ago.
he breaks into a bit of a
Squid
haiku, and the next
Game!
page is nothing but bad teenage poetry. If we weren't talking about Dylan Klebold here, you could almost think that the person who wrote it eventually just grew out of it, rendering the diary nothing but a cringeworthy artifact of their troubled teen
Grim.
years. Unfortunately, they reflected something much darker. Unlike Eric, who only ever mentioned
I'm
girls as the objects of animal-esque desire, Dylan genuinely craved affection from girls in a very conventional incel kind of way, feeling sorry for himself and constantly claiming that he had no shot at life and everyone hated him, despite his life being pretty decent all things considered. He only expressed an interest in hurting others when he became particularly despondent, but even then, he didn't really depict it as a kind of deserved revenge, and more so as something he'd do out of how little
Undertale
meaning he
genocide
sees
route.
in life. I won't go into painstaking
Swing.
detail since Dylan repeatedly loops between aggressively groveling about how sad his love life is to convincing himself that he's living in a romantic movie. At times,
Dude. Man.
it can even get
Man.
extremely embarrassing, such as when Dylan grieves over the fact that he can't stop himself from watching adult movies centered around bondage and feet, and proceeds to apologize.
What? He what? He what? He what? Run that back, run that back. He did fucking what?
Stop himself from watching adult movies centered around bondage and feet, and proceeds to apologize to one of his pseudo-girlfriends. It's especially grating when the journal suddenly pivots from the
Honestly, I'm trying to put myself in his shoes here. If I watched foot porn, I would probably also write in my diary, "I'm sorry, Hosho Marine, for watching foot porn." In his shoes. Shut up!
sappy, angsty teenage love stuff to the specifics of planning their attack on the high school, down to how they would dress while doing it. As many
This dude
people have
probably just has, like,
speculated,
freaking
Dylan
BPD.
appeared intellectually disengaged with the idea of a shooting, only writing things down if they were related to the logistics of it, as if it were just a task, like any other task. It's quite likely that if it weren't for Eric actively spurring him to do it, Dylan wouldn't even have come close to an act of violence of that magnitude.
Damn.
While I've already gone more in depth in my aforementioned video about disturbing homemade videos, it's also worth mentioning that right before they began their attack, Dylan and Eric recorded one last goodbye to their families. While Dylan
Damn.
apologizes to his mom and explains he'll be happier wherever he goes after he dies as a consequence of what he's about to do, Eric says that he can't help it. They both say sorry and goodbye, and the tape comes to an end. While their musings about their crime can technically qualify as manifestos, they're not very effective at that, as it seems they were often lost
Also,
as to why they were doing what they did in the first place. Of course,
Marion,
what
I'm
followed
sorry
was
I
one of the
jorked
most
it.
infamous crimes of all time, as Eric and Dylan took the lives of 16 at Columbine High, including their own, and indirectly, one of their victims who died decades later due to complications related to the injuries suffered during the shooting.
That's crazy.
Anders
What the
Breivik
fuck?
is the second
Who?
deadliest right-wing terrorist ever,
Who?
second only to Timothy McVeigh, who blew up an entire building. There's really no overstating how gruesome and murderous of an incident this was.
See,
But
I don't
before
know
we can
this
get into
one.
that, we have to characterize
Wait, how long ago was this? I don't know this one. I don't know this one. How long ago was this?
who Anders was as a person. Fathered by Jens Breivik, a now retired Norwegian foreign affairs diplomat who works directly with the Iranian capital of Tehran, it's starkly ironic that Anders himself eventually developed specifically
You aren't old
anti-Muslim
enough to
views.
remember-
But I
Oh.
should say, Anders wasn't raised by Jens. Instead, he was raised by his mother, Wenko Bering, a woman with a particularly troubled upbringing. Wenko
He looks like the kid in Home Alone. He looks like the Home Alone kid.
His mother suffered from polio around the same time she was born, which led to her being sent to an orphanage and eventually finding her way back to her father, with whom she had a good life. This once again changed radically when her father passed away, sending Wenka back to live with her mother, who at this point was wheelchair-bound and suffered from intense paranoia and hallucinations, often blaming Wenka for the paralysis. When she turned 17, she fled her household and had a child, Elizabeth, Anders' older maternal sister.
guy's
It's
fucked?
only many
Oh,
years after
shit.
that she met Jens Breivik and became pregnant with Anders. And
Yeah,
before he
okay,
was
okay,
even
okay,
born,
okay.
she already had developed a hatred for her own son, imagining that
What? Dude, it's, man. How? It's an unborn son. She claimed that the unborn child was he was a difficult child before he was even born. Man, how are you gonna freaking get pregnant, hate your kid, and then still have the baby and raise it? That's evil. How are you gonna and still raise it? Even if
he,
you
an
hate him?
infant still in her womb, was purposely
He's a
tormenting her and putting her
baby!
through pain. Clearly, Wenko was continuing the cycle of abuse and paranoia. After having him, she quickly stopped breastfeeding Anders, saying that he was sucking the life out of her, and soon after, she separated.
That's actually schizophrenic as fuck. She wouldn't breastfeed her baby because he was stealing her life essence. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's schizo! 355, thank you for the follow, I really appreciate it. That is
from
schizo.
Jens, making it so that it was just her and Anders. Obviously, this is a recipe for disaster. During his early childhood, Wenko refused to check in on Anders and his sister through the night, and despite being just 6 years old, his sister did her best to take
He had two, wait. He had a sister too, and this mom, dude, the mom was freaking evil, man.
Care of him. As a result, Anders developed a bit of an affective dysfunction. He became aloof, smiling, almost as if compulsively, seemingly careless and unaffected by his mother's many forms of abuse. At the same time, he was very clingy and required a lot of his mother's affection, eventually sleeping in her bed with her every night. In an attempt to peel him off of her, Wenka filed for respite care and successfully matched Anders with a couple of foster parents.
What?
Although she eventually put an end to this arrangement herself, probably to continue engaging in her bizarre relationship with her son. One particularly dark red flag is that when bringing Anders over to the foster couple's house, Wenka suggested that Anders be allowed to touch his foster father's private parts, and her
What? 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 This mom's a freaking pervert, dude.
reasoning for that was that he had never seen someone like himself, which is obviously extremely twisted. Later on, as Wenka continued to seek out ways to manage what she perceived as her son's problems, she got in contact with family therapists and psychiatrists due to him allegedly being too clingy and hyperactive.
She's like, oh, my child. My child wants to do things with me. My child wants to spend time with me. How do I fix this? How do I fix this? Ragey. How do I fix this?
The therapist promptly deduced that the source of this was the family's issues and decided to place him temporarily in a toy room to see if he would fare better. Instead of the expected outcome, Anders became despondent, whereas other kids became ecstatic. He wasn't interested in the toys or the other kids, and
He
had a
didn't
very
like
tough time
toys?
expressing his emotions. As they followed up on Anders' case, the SSBU, which is the board of therapists that was responsible for Anders' care, concluded that his mother was a borderline case.
Super
which explained
Smash
her flipping
Brothers Ultimate? But what? They had this little motherfucker playing Smash. Also, Malum Keikaku, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a fun stream. What were you guys up to? They put this little kid, they forced him to play Smash Ultimate when he was 6. That's why it turned out like this. Sakura declared them on base. Look at this shit. A fate worse than death. Man.
between complete
Dude, it's because his mom was a freaking schizo. Man, it's her fault, yeah. Yeah, the mom is insane and put her insanity on the kid. Freaking exactly. It's sad.
indifference to her son and a complete obsession to the point
Also, Raiders, if you're curious, right now we're watching the Manifesto Killer Iceberg because I literally told my chat I was gonna watch this for like a week and then I didn't watch it. So now I'm watching it. Yeah. Also, you're giving up in power. Hell yeah. Also, only because I'm remembering it now. Chat, reminder, I am streaming at 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow because I am being sponsored by Vlure to watch their debuts. Yeah. So freaking wake up early, guys. Wake up early, bitch. I'm saying that to me. I'm saying that to me. I'm gonna have to go to bed early. I'm gonna have to go to bed freaking right after. I got into VLR, guys! I got into VLR, guys. Yeah, we're doing a watch along tomorrow. They're paying me, so you guys have to be nice. You don't have to be nice, but I have to be nice because I'm getting paid to do it.
of wishing death upon him or even placing him in sexual contact.
I'm not Corpo. I'm not Corpo. I'm the CTO of VLR. Duh.
Which is especially disturbing. Seeing how dire their situation was, and how much it had
Goon
already
sesh
affected
tomorrow,
Anders,
chat.
to the point where he was unable to cry even when hurt and couldn't make friends,
What?
they settled on having Anders taken care of by another set of foster parents on weekends, to ensure he was at least exposed to a healthier familial situation on a weekly
That's a crazy. I didn't even know that was a freaking thing. Also, Malum, thank you for the follow. And, Neuronan, thank you for the follow as well. I didn't know. Yeah, 2 p.m. Eastern time on Twitch. YouTube bros, it's only on Twitch because I'm only getting paid to do it on Twitch. Yeah, I'm the chief gooning officer. Exactly. What was I gonna say? It's crazy that they have like a, I don't know, it's crazy that I don't know if this is like a European thing, but it's like this. They're like, yeah, your household is definitely too like abusive and fucked up for you to be a normal kid. So we're gonna house you with this other family, but only on the weekends. You know, so you get a little bit of regular socialization, but you're gonna have to stay in your, like, fucked up household the rest of the week. But on the weekends, you get to go to a normal household. That's kind of crazy.
Basis. Eventually, after Anders' father, Jens, intervened and requested his custody, Wenka became defensive, to the point of refusing not just to give Jens custody, but also to prevent Anders from seeing his foster parents. This was particularly tragic, since Anders was finally showing signs of improvement and was allegedly exhibiting much better behavior in the nursery he attended. In response, the SSBU did everything in their power to take Anders away from Wenka, but unfortunately...
Well, what do you mean they did everything in their power? Can't they just be like, yeah, Child Protective Services, you're coming with me?
It was to no avail. The supervision the family was under only lasted for 3 weeks, after which Anders was fully subject to his mother's treatment of him, and undoubtedly...
Well, like, some women, I wonder if the mom was always nuts or if the pregnancy changed her. The mom's parents were, like, super mentally ill. But also some women get, like, freaking, like, postpartum psychosis. Dude, they don't even talk about it a lot, but, like, sometimes, it's, like, just a thing. Sometimes after women have babies, they, like, go crazy. Like, they literally go crazy. Or, like, they become suicidal. It's, like, because of the hormones snapping back, or whatever. It's, like, I think... My understanding would be that it happens because of the extreme hormone changes after you give birth. But yeah, women can get, like, they can become, like, suicidal, they can become homicidal, they can just become, like, freaking psychotic, like legit psychosis, hallucinations and shit. Women's. Yeah. Yeah. That's why, like, I don't know, that's why, like, sometimes women, like, kill their babies after they give birth. Like, postpartum psychosis. Classic women,
Attributed to his disturbed mental state. Despite that, however, Anders seemed to be unusually functional, being described as smarter and physically...
Yeah, alright, you guys have to go bald, but if I have a baby, I might freaking kill it or something in-game on accident.
Stronger than his peers, and not only getting along with them, but actively protecting the ones who couldn't protect themselves.
Oh, see, he was a nice kid.
Additionally, a few correlated claims, including those made by Anders himself, depict him as also being on good terms with all of his family members, his mom's new husband, all 5 of his half-siblings, and even his estranged dad and his new wife, although they fell out of touch when Anders was developing an interest in graffiti from ages 13 through 16. Even
Low-key, did everybody have a freaking graffiti phase? I had a graffiti phase. I feel like that's... No? I had a graffiti phase. Yeah, I had a graffiti phase. What does that say about me? Am I gonna end up like this guy?
Anders remarks that his father didn't just choose to cut contact with him, but also with his 4 other children, meaning it wasn't Anders' intention to fall out of touch with his father. Ultimately, Anders claims that, despite the hang-ups with his mother, he didn't really have any traumatic...
Dude, this looks like the freaking smug soy jack. I don't know which one it is. Where is it? I like this one a little. It's not this face. It's not this face. It's not like exactly that, but like whatever.
Negative experiences during his childhood.
Whatever.
However dubious this is as a claim, especially considering what he would go on to do.
You guys know what I'm talking
Elizabeth,
about.
Who was also under the care of Wenka, ended up getting married and moving to America, living a healthy and perfectly normal life. This is a good time to highlight that despite whatever dysfunction someone grows up with, doing the kind of thing that Anders did is a choice, and not an inevitable consequence of trauma or anything like that. But unfortunately, Anders did not follow in his sister's footsteps. As I mentioned previously, during his teenage years,
speak English! Speak English! Oh. There.
Developed an interest in graffiti, and to some extent, hip-hop culture in general. He had such a strong...
Like this? You're sending me fucking DuckDuckGo links? Yeah, this face. This face. Yeah, this face. Not with the mask, but this face. Yeah. Thank you.
Devotion to it that he was caught by cops on 2 different occasions, although it only ever resulted in a couple of fines. Once he eventually grew out of this interest, he instead took up weightlifting, which was immediately followed by steroid abuse due to being fixated on looking big and strong. Not just to get
base. It's a search engine. I thought DuckDuckGo is one of those, like, search engines that doesn't steal your data or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, it's one of the ones that, well...
girls' attention, but also for himself. His obsession with his appearance extended to eventually getting a few plastic surgeries on his forehead, nose, and chin. But for all intents and purposes, while Anders was odd, he showed no signs of being particularly sadistic or evil. When he was 21, he worked as a customer service person at a company, and his coworkers from that time period describe him as being patient and kind to everyone, regardless of
Wait, why would he make his forehead bigger? I know some people get filler in their forehead to make it look rounder, and I think it looks so freaking scary. What is DuckDuckGo? It's the stop and go from Squid Game.
What kind of person they were. But it's worth noting that even this early on, he already showed an interest in far-right politics, becoming a member of an anti-immigration youth group of the Norwegian Progress Party, and eventually running for municipal office, but losing. Past that point, he would remain active in more conventional political movements well into the...
Did he really make his forehead bigger? You guys are lying. He did not get plastic surgery to make his forehead bigger.
late
Shut
2000s,
up.
but it seems he slowly lost faith in fixing things through that medium. During this period, where he not only retained a semblance of normalcy, but often found himself as a leader figure, he traveled the world. Once to Belarus to visit a girlfriend, to the United States a few times to get the cosmetic surgeries that I mentioned earlier, and to 22 other countries
Holy
in total.
moly.
Lastly,
Mr.
Breivik became
Worldwide.
a member of the Oslo Pistol
305.
Club, owning 2 registered firearms, and he also joined his local Masonic lodge. Financially, he was well-to-do.
Dude, he got schizified by them! Oh my god, he got schizified by that damn cult.
On the surface, nothing suggested that he was even considering doing anything of the nature and proportion as he eventually did.
Freemason,
but
yeah,
underneath
it's all
the surface,
connected.
a very different picture begins to unravel.
Yeah, I
While
thought
he
Freemasons
claims to have
was an
been
American
exempted from
thing.
military service because he needed to take care of his sick mother, there's some conflicting information on the topic, suggesting instead that he was deemed unfit. Online, he frequented several anti-immigration and right-wing forums, but even here, he refrained from making overt threats or really outlining his intentions. In the one single post he ever made to Twitter, he ominously quoted John Stuart Mill, saying, "One person with a belief is equal to the force of 100,000 who only have interests." It was this kind of inkling of his intentions that he left behind. Only shadowy suggestions as to what was really on his mind. In the early to mid-2000s, he started a computer programming business.
Wait, it began in Britain. Really?
While still working in customer service, and he claims that the company grew to eventually have 6 employees and several offshore bank accounts. But there's a lot of conflicting information surrounding this aspect of the story. According to him, he got up to millions of Norwegian krona, lost a couple $1 million on the stock market, but did manage to keep a couple million for his own personal...
Wait, krona is their currency? Played chatter. Wow! Jen, thank you so much for the 2 months! Thank you, I really appreciate it.
While that sounds like a whole lot of money, the krona is worth a lot less than the dollar, so at most, he was left with $250,000 American dollars. But that's still a decent amount of money. On the other hand, as far as public records go, while he did have an IT company in the mid-2000s, it committed multiple violations of the law, mostly related to accounting and taxation. So eventually, it went bankrupt, and he was left not with a couple million krona, but instead just over 600,000, which is around 75,000 US dollars.
That's still a decent amount of money.
Despite this being a much smaller amount than what he claimed to have had, it clearly was enough for him to start another business, Breivik Geofarm, records of which are up on the internet to this day. With this shell company set up, he began ordering tons of fertilizer to make explosives with. Lastly, he started going through what little money he had left to move out to a rural...
Wait! He made a fucking fake company so that he could manufacture bombs in his backyard?
Unpopulated area in Norway, presumably so that he could go about his business without anyone nearby to see him test explosives or...
Yeah, oh my god, this is a freaking Far Cry reference. This is a freaking Far Cry. What was the one? All the Far Cries are kind of similar, but Far Cry 5? 5 or 6? I don't know. The one where it's like the... Guys, come on. The one where they're like hillbillies. Montana one, yeah, Far Cry 5, Far Cry 5, Far Cry 5. 5. Yeah.
Practice shooting. A very far cry from the likable, though aloof person he once was, Anders quietly stepped out of society to prepare for what would become one of the most horrific mass shootings ever perpetrated. At this point, he'd begun to nourish his own delusions of being a modern—
Far Cry? Say that again. Say that again.
Shootings ever perpetrated. At this point, to prepare for what would become one of the most horrific he once was, Anders quietly stepped out of society to prepare for what would become one aloof to see him test explosives or practice shooting. A very far cry from the likable, though
He said the thing, chat! He said the thing!
aloof person he once was, Anders quietly stepped out of society to prepare for what would become one of the most horrific mass shootings ever perpetrated. At this point, he'd begun to nourish his own delusions of being a modern-day member of the Knights Templar, which was a military religious order that operated during the Crusades, and mainly dealt in wars against neighboring Islamic empires and their strongholds in Europe. His manifesto, as a matter of fact, is emblazoned with the Templar's cross right on the cover. And it's also worth noting that the Freemasons, which as I mentioned earlier, he was a member of, actively fashion themselves with inspiration from the Knights Templar, not just in their
Dude, he's acting in the interests of the Freemasons.
shared mythology, but also down to having a subgroup that is literally named Knights Templar. Whether this in particular was of great significance to Anders, or if it's just a quick and easy tie-in to his already held beliefs, it's kind of impossible to say. What we do know is that for the 2 years following the creation of his farming business, Anders settled—
Okay, what is this? Alright, fucking, what? What is this? What is this? Doesn't load in 10 seconds, I'm clicking off. Hurry up! What is wrong with this? Kojima, okay. Yeah, fine, sure, whatever.
himself away from civilization. Eventually, back in Oslo, on
Whatever.
the 22nd of July, 2011, at about
Yeah,
3
he's a
p.m. in the
LARPer.
afternoon, a van parked right by the tower block that housed the then Prime Minister of Norway, Jens Stoltenberg. A man got out of the van and walked away, and soon after, everyone in the vicinity heard an explosion so great that it was picked up by audio surveillance technology. As a consequence, 8 people died, and another 200 were injured due to the damage caused to the building. The police were immediately on high alert, but it wasn't enough to stop Breivik's next move. Within 2 hours of the car bomb, he made his way to a youth summer camp organized by the Norwegian Labour Party, put on a fake police officer suit, entered the premises of the camp.
Wait, it's a freaking summer camp? But it was run by, cause isn't the Labour Party in like in Europe like left wing? Isn't that left wing? And he bombed a summer camp because it was sponsored by the left party? That was like a freaking
And then
summer
proceeded
camp.
to open fire on everyone in sight. In a little over an hour, Anders took the lives of 69 people and injured another 32. Ultimately, Breivik's death toll that day was almost 80 people, and surprisingly, when the police showed up to arrest him, he instantly surrendered without resisting. As they took him into custody, he explained to the cops that he did what he did because he thought that the Labour Party had betrayed Norway. But unsurprisingly, the cops weren't impressed with the
They betrayed my country, so I had to shoot 60 children! Yeah, they betrayed my country. They betrayed my country, so I had to kill children.
this explanation, and it certainly did nothing to justify all of the innocent people he killed, many of whom were teenagers, as he specifically targeted a youth group. While they apprehended his weapons, they realized that he had carved Nordic runes into his firearms, and later on, during their investigation of his equipment, they also found that his helmet, which he ultimately didn't use due to how inconvenient and heavy it was purchased from an Israeli website. Of course, these facts sort of flew in the face of his crusader shtick, but it's hardly surprising coming from someone as insane and delusional as he was. Just as he was processed to face trial and the fallout
No
of his
comments,
crimes
chat,
reached
or else
peak
you're getting
notoriety, hitting
banned.
international news, the cops who went to his house discovered that one of his last acts of preparation for the attack was mailing a 1,500-page manifesto to over 1,000 different email addresses. Due to the sheer volume of people who received it, it wasn't even possible to try and prevent the text from being made public. And although the majority of it has Anders going over standard right-wing extremist rhetoric, some bits do stand out. For example, he wrote, "I don't hate hate Muslims at all. I acknowledge there are magnificent Muslim individuals in Europe. In fact, I have had several Muslim friends over the years, some of whom I still respect. That does not mean, however, that I will accept an Islamic presence in Europe. Muslim individuals who do not assimilate 100% within 2020 will be deported as soon as we manage to seize power. The "we" part of his statement reads as a bit strange, as not only did he fail to get himself elected as a mayor 10 years prior, but even
he was running for office. That's what it
during
was.
his time
The West
dwelling
is
in
fallen,
online
chat.
extremist forums, he wasn't too successful in rallying other people's support for his vision. After looking through
Yeah, this is how I sound when I tell Abby I'm not racist, because Abby's my friend. I can't be racist! I'm friends with Abby! Guys, I can't be racist. I'm friends with Abby. That's how all of you guys sound. That's literally how all of you guys sound, too.
a lot of his manifesto, if any pathology can be ascribed to Anders, it's pure delusion. In another passage, he talks about forming a modern vision of the Knights Templar order with Serbian conservatives, but there doesn't seem to be
The Serbians? The Serbian cultural conservatives made him do this? Fucking Serbs, bro!
any evidence of this
Oh my
happening
God.
whatsoever. Interestingly enough,
Many
his
such
delusion
cases.
didn't extend to his own brutality, as he was quite aware that what he was doing was monstrous. In other parts of his manifesto, he wrote, "If you are unwilling or incapable of killing women due to the principles of chivalry, you should probably steer away completely from the armed resistance movements and should probably consider creating yet another right-wing blog instead. Do not apologize, make excuses, or express regret. For you are
What? What? This is... You shouldn't join the resistance if your sense of chivalry makes you not want to kill women and children. Fuck you. Wow. That's
acting in
insane.
self-defense. Some innocents will die in our operations, as they are simply at the wrong place at the wrong time. Get used to the idea. The needs of the many..."
He keeps saying we. He keeps saying we. Go write another blog, lady lover.
will always surpass the needs of the few. This little phrase he says at the end here is the bread and butter of every totalitarian ideology, the justification for any act whatsoever. The ends justify the means. But despite the occasional transparent look into the inner workings of Anders' mind, the crushing majority of his
He does
manifesto
have little
is
hands.
just him elaborating on
Those
his
are very
vision of
small
history in
hands.
minute detail.
This
Although
is
his
for
trial
that
did
is
receive a
that
lot
is for sure photoshopped. That was really small.
of global scrutiny and pressure, it would be kind of wrong to call it controversial, as this case was about as clear-cut as you could possibly get. In interviews he gave during his stay in jail, he himself further elaborated on what led him to commit his crimes, not denying anything. According to his retelling, he had a Muslim friend during his time as a graffiti artist who celebrated whenever Americans suffered losses during the Gulf War. And at the time, although he had no idea why his friend reacted that way, it inspired him to develop an interest in geopolitics, which eventually grew to become an interest in his national identity as a Norwegian.
Holy
he also
shit.
talked about being closely associated with two Muslim Pakistani gangs who collected jizya, a kind of punitive tax for people they considered infidels or outsiders from the locals in their area who weren't a part of their gang. Besides that, these gangs also beat, harassed, and did even worse to the Norwegian locals, whom they called potatoes as an ethnic slur against them. Still, he never even
Ooh. No, chat, that's an ethnic slur. Don't say that. You are not allowed to say potatoes. Ya fucking potatoes. You're not. No. But it's my word. You're not allowed to say it.
considered becoming a part of a racist gang.
What? Wait! Wait! He hated goth girls? He hated goth girls. Aw, fuck. He hated goth girls, you guys.
Not because he was opposed to their ideology per se, but instead because he knew the skinheads were into metal music and goth girls, both of which he disliked so much that it fundamentally prevented him from befriending
He refused to befriend right-wingers because they liked goth girls.
them. Despite sympathizing with their ideals, he continued to associate with the Muslim Pakistani gangs, even though he knew they were responsible for the of 2 girls he personally knew. Obviously, none of the egregious things he describes being done by these gang members justifies his killing of innocent people, but it's shocking to see how much he was willing to look the other way during his teenage years. This kind of blunted, disengaged affect is the same he exhibits when talking about his own crimes, as if he can't even recognize what he did, at one point even saying that he would do it all over again, given the opportunity. Of course, he eventually changed his tune, and claimed he dissociated from acts of violence and the objectives he laid out in his manifesto in an attempt to get released on parole. Also, during his jail interview, he maintained that he was a justiciar knight and a representative of Catholic Europe. Although I'm pretty sure that if you're Catholic, you're not allowed to support eugenics, be a Freemason, or, you know, commit mass murder. He went through a few psychological evaluations, although
he was a testicular knight!
They had a very hard time providing an exact diagnosis of just what was wrong with him, fluctuating between describing him as homicidal, psychotic, paranoid schizophrenic, narcissistic, and a laundry list of other terms. In the meantime, he pled not guilty, but when he was convicted of his crimes and received his sentence, he didn't appeal it, as he considered an appeal a legitimization of the results of
He shot 69 people, and he pled not guilty?
his trial. While in prison, most of which he spent in what was essentially solitary confinement, he abandoned Christianity altogether and adopted Odinism, which coincided with him throwing up Roman salutes while entering his court hearings. By the way, he was doing all of this while claiming he was no longer a danger to society and deserved probation. Since his conviction, he's tried a bunch of different times to sue the government of Norway to either get parole or improve his prison conditions on the grounds of human rights, going as far as to claim he'd been thinking about taking his own life. These attempts have not been fruitful, and Norway has kept him in mostly solitary confinement, which is probably a good move since he repeatedly fluctuates between promising to be peaceful before immediately entrenching himself even deeper in his ideology and delusions.
That's crazy. That's
While
also
the previous
like
3 entries were entirely—
Dude, hold on. They get freaking computers. He has a desk and a computer, dude. And he's acting like it's inhumane conditions.
and
actually, it's against my human rights to not be allowed to play video games.
delusions.
But the only thing they put on the computer is League of Legends. Yeah, that would be pretty grim. That would be pretty grim.
While the previous 3 entries were entirely offline phenomena, the same cannot be said for the Supreme Gentleman himself. Elliot
Oh, the Supreme Gentleman. Oh, fuck.
Roger can be said to be the ultimate manifestation of the word incel, having fulfilled it to the utmost extent. Roger had a few traumatic, even if mundane, events take place during his formative years. For one, his parents divorced when he was 7, which he described as devastating and life-changing, which, in all fairness, it really can be for some kids. It must have been especially jarring for Elliot, who clearly had some developmental issues, preferring to write things down due to having a very tough time speaking to others. He would even cry in crowds due to being overstimulated.
He's
While
autistic.
his mother described him as a high-functioning autistic child, one of the psychiatrists he went to suggested instead that he possibly had depression or anxiety. Whatever the case was, he was extremely insecure about being short, about being half Asian, and pretty much anything that set him apart from other people. Any aspect of his identity that he perceived as flawed was immediately blamed for any aspect of his life that he perceived as negative. It's important to add these caveats because, obviously, being short or half Asian aren't flaws, nor was his life particularly bad.
What the fuck? Like, half the kids in this picture are Asian. Why is he worried?
Well, we know he didn't even receive a lot of bullying as a child, but his feelings chronically failed to reflect reality. He was clearly capable of making friends despite his issues, but keeping those friends was the real challenge, as his paradoxical feelings of worthlessness and superiority always got in the way, whether directly or indirectly. As he approached puberty, he distanced himself from society, delving into video games like World of Warcraft and being much too online for his own good. This led him—
dude, fuck. Is this gonna happen to me if I keep playing World of Warcraft? It's me? No,
to be
it's
shown
not.
images of naked girls by a friend of
What?
his, which he
Bad time to pause, bros. Bad time to pause.
found simultaneously mesmerizing and traumatizing, which isn't all that crazy given he was
I got traumatized by seeing a naked lady boobie.
just 11 years old when it happened. This feeling was later rekindled when he randomly saw some teenager watching adult videos at a cafe, which ended up bringing Elliot to tears due to how unbearably intense it was for him. It became a consistent source of stress for Elliot. The mere sight of attractive girls, socially active men, and especially those two combined, was sufficient enough to destroy his day and send his mental health careening off the deep end.
Holy
He changed
shit.
schools a few times, but no matter where he went, he somehow always found himself being the victim of bullying. Now,
Never
kids
goon
can
chat.
be really terrible sometimes, but it's worth noting that most of this information came from Elliot himself. And
Never
to say that
fucking
Elliot
goon.
was biased towards seeing himself as a hapless
You know who he reminds me of? That guy who got chlamydia. What was his YouTube? Alone in My Room or some shit like that? The guy that would cheat on his wife and get chlamydia. Is that what is? Hiding in my room. Hiding in my room. Another like incel lolcow. Yeah.
victim is an understatement. It could very well be that these incidents of bullying weren't as bad as he described them, or that they were the result of some instigation
they do that one
from
to
him in the
Japan.
first place. But the fact remains, he was an outcast. In high school, he finally got a formal diagnosis. But even then, it was somewhat uncertain, since he didn't score high enough to be deemed autistic, being labeled instead as having an unspecified pervasive developmental disorder. By age
Damn.
15, he was put on Xanax and Prozac, as well as the occasional
Oh my god, he's
Paxil,
me!
although he wasn't very disciplined about
Oh, he's literally me! What? He's literally me. He's literally me. And he plays World of Warcraft.
the consistency with which he took his medication, as he said that it made him drowsy and tired. Despite being medicated, his demeanor didn't change too much, and by the time he turned 18 and graduated, he had stopped taking all of his meds altogether.
Goat.
Soon after he graduated from high school, he
Base.
bounced between a few different colleges, repeatedly dropping out due to the anxiety he got from seeing couples and from generally being socially inept. Eventually, he ended up being sent to UCSB in Isla Vista, where he would eventually commit his grisly crimes. It's here that his dysfunction takes another significant turn for the worse, as he began frequently fantasizing about exacting revenge on society for his situation.
Ooh.
He describes himself coming to the realization that he wouldn't hesitate to act out his sadistic and violent urges against the people he deemed
This
as
is what I don't understand. It's like the people that commit these crimes are like, oh yeah, I'm fucking unlovable, my stupid chud life. No girl will ever love me. They're not even like ever ugly. And they're like, I'm so ugly. Women will never love me. They're never like ugly. They're just like, have like 50,000 genuine mental disorders.
deserving of it, and frequently imagined himself barging into a room while a couple was having intercourse so that he could kill them. He shared
This is like, okay, well, okay, well, okay, well.
inklings of his thoughts with his closest friends, some of whom were also virgins and outcasts themselves. But of course, none of them sympathized with his worldview, and one by one, he lost contact with them all.
Yeah, Miia the off-kite. Wow, I can't even meme about that, guys. Do you guys remember what happened when Abby made a joke about that sort of thing and got permanently banned? And, like, literally can never get unbanned because it was a threat of mass violence? Yeah.
As he slowly but surely abandoned society, he began working up to his acts of violence. First with small things, like throwing coffee cups at couples and killing super...
Oh. See, why didn't he just leave it at harmless shit? Going to a park and spraying couples with orange juice and a water gun. Holy moly. Also, Rage Scholar, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Based?
soakers up with orange juice to spray people
Spraying people at the park with a super soaker filled with orange juice. And then when they started chasing after him, he got into his car and drove away. That's fucking hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. I don't care. That's hilarious.
playing kickball. Eventually, he settled on what he would come to call his day of retribution, where he would commit one massive act of violence against the world. But before he could do that, he decided to try as hard as he could to get laid, although his methods of doing so were childish and
What the hell? Just buy a prostitute. Buy a prostitute, man. I don't know. I stood awkwardly in the front yard for a bit, realizing how pathetic I looked all by myself when everyone was partying around me. What? He started... What? He was at a party, tried to pick up chicks, couldn't do it, so he started insulting everybody at the party, and then when they insulted him back, he freaked out, and he was like, I need to kill girls. I need to kill girls.
Nonsensical. He went to a few parties.
What the fuck? He spent all his money on orange juice so he couldn't afford a hooker.
But didn't talk to anyone, and in one instance, he got mad at a group of girls for not approaching him and decided to push them off a window ledge. When he ultimately failed to successfully push them off the ledge, he was the one to be pushed off, breaking his ankle, and he was then promptly beaten by the other people at the party.
Is he retarded? Okay, I'm sorry. Is he retarded? He's like, damn it, I hate being a virgin. I'm a virgin with rage. So he goes to a party. The girls don't talk to him. He then attempts to beat up the girls, push them out of a window. He tries to push the girls out of a window. And then when the guys at the party see him doing this, they beat him up because he's trying to push the girls out of a window. And he's like, why does everybody hate me? Why does everybody hate me? Why does everybody hate me? Oh my god, what the fuck?
While this did delay the day of retribution, it only served to strengthen his resolve.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest, the guys that beat him up after that, after he pulled that little stunt, they probably all got laid.
That he needed to do it. His psychiatrist, likely sensing that something was wrong, prescribed him with the antipsychotic risperidone, but Elliot refused to take it even once. Briefly, he even considered killing his stepmother.
Kinda based. If I got prescribed an antipsychotic, I would not take it either.
And his 6-year-old half-brother.
What?
But eventually
okay, never mind. Not based.
Decided not to, opting instead to target his fellow students. Over the course of a year, Elliot came to own 3 different firearms. And although he also had 3 different run-ins...
What is this a link to? Not based.
Hey, look at me. I'm sitting here sad and lonely without a fire, but a desire to not hear you say, I want it that way as I...
Can I just get to the chorus?
My age, tell me why I never wanna hear you say
I have a boyfriend.
and I have no fire, but
Where is he?
oh, the germ of a boy. My age, tell me why I never wanna hear you say I have a boyfriend.
Fuck, it's Kino.
with the
It's
cops.
Kino.
They never found out that he had any guns. In preparation...
He's not actually playing the guitar, no.
He began recording and posting a series of YouTube videos expounding on his worldview, as well as writing his autobiographical manifesto, which was ultimately titled My Twisted World, The Story of Elliot Rodger. Over nearly 140 pages, Elliot retells every single negative
These people are like... God, they should just be authors instead of freaking mass murderers. Jesus
experience
Christ.
and slight he had ever suffered in his life, as a final testament to his worldview. The notion that the fundamental problem with everything is that women arbitrarily deny some men sexual release while giving it instead to the undeserving. Unsurprisingly, he doesn't mind stretching the truth and rapidly...
Chat, 1 in chat if you think I'm a deserving male. 2 in chat if you think I'm not... if you think I'm an undeserving male. 1 in chat if you think I'm a male deserving of women. 2 in chat if you think I'm an undeserving male. What? What? Why are you all saying 2? What? What? What the hell? Thank you, my thief. You're the only person that said I deserve a woman.
Recontextualizing every situation to make his argument.
You already have enough women. Save some for the rest of us. No, I'm greedy.
There was no going back, and after having one last meal with a few of his family members, on the 23rd of May, Elliot began his spree. He proceeded to stab 3 of his roommates to death, and after getting himself a triple vanilla latte at a local Starbucks, he wrote down one last message in his journal, which read, "I had to tear some pages out because I feared my intentions would be discovered. I taped them back together as fast as I could. This is it. In 1 hour, I will have my revenge on this cruel world. I hate you all. Die." After this, he got in his car.
I like Starbucks, though. I do like Starbucks, though.
Recorded one last YouTube video titled Retribution, wherein he infamously called himself the Supreme Gentleman and explained his basic reasoning for his acts, while repeatedly letting out fake laughs for dramatic effect. He posted the video, emailed his manifesto to 34 people, and immediately drove to a nearby sorority house, where he fatally shot 3 girls and injured another. As bystanders ran to their rescue and called the cops, Roger got back in his car and continued to drive, and in the process of doing this, he shot another 2 people and hit another 7 before he crashed into a parked car and took his own life via gunshot. A dark ending to a sad and seemingly pointless tragedy. Christopher Jordan Dorner.
Me when I'm the Supreme Gentleman, so I have to hit 7 people with my car and then crash it. Or something. Can't corner the Dorner. Wait! I don't know about this guy! Wait! What do you mean? What do you mean can't corner the Dorner? What the fuck does that mean? What does this mean? This guy's Giga-based? Wait. Is this what the Asgore... No, I know the Asgore Death gif. I know the Asgore Death gif of him running her over. This... Okay, alright. I'm going in blind. You guys.
He was born in New York, was actually raised in California to a family composed exclusively of women, his single mom and his sister. Whatever the situation truly was with his dad, and despite the lack of information surrounding his early life, it does seem like Dorner grew up without a father figure present. Regardless, he was forced by his surroundings to really toughen up, as if the manifesto he eventually wrote is worthy of our trust, he was the only black student from 1st to 7th grade and was the target of a lot of students' name calling as a consequence. While it's likely that some degree of harassment did in fact happen because of his race, the degree itself is still in question, as we'll later see that Dorner can be quite paranoid and delusional when it comes to this particular topic. But for the time being, whatever issues that Christopher did suffer didn't get in the way of his development, as he not only played on his school's football team, but he also signed up for a youth program, in which he could receive training to eventually become a member of the LAPD. Once he graduated from high school, he immediately enrolled in college, where he continued to play football while getting a Bachelor of Science degree in political science and a minor in psychology. While he recalls suffering 2 concussions during his time playing football, nothing majorly traumatic came as a consequence, as CT scans suggested he was fine. After breezing through
he went a little insane. Okay, alright.
Chris decided to join the Navy, and while he was still an ensign, the lowest entry-level rank, he made the news for returning nearly $8,000 that had been lost by a nearby Korean church. This display of integrity and honor on his part was just the first of many, as his career in the Navy was a stellar one to say the least. He was deployed multiple times from 2002 to 2013, achieved the rank of lieutenant, and got a bunch of medals before he was honorably discharged. But unfortunately, it seems the rest of his life wasn't nearly as bright. In 2005, during a period in which he wasn't deployed, he rekindled his teenage interest in becoming a member of the LAPD and joined the police academy. It's here that problems began to arise. Possibly due to how experienced and trained he'd already been in the Navy, Dorner was described as disrespectful to authority, from minor incidents such as him showing up to a conditioning run in bright neon sneakers, despite being advised against it by his superiors.
Wait, what the fuck is wrong? What? All because he went... What? My neon... You're not allowed to wear neon running shoes? I don't know.
All the way up to accidentally shooting himself in the hand, which earns him a 2-day suspension in the academy. But in spite of these problems, Chris managed to graduate by 2006. And
yeah, if they were neon red shoes, they'd make him run 3 times faster.
sworn in as a probationary officer, although he wasn't able to exercise this position for long, since a few months later, he was once again deployed by the Navy. Once he came back to the LAPD in July of '07, on his very first day on duty, he told his partner, Teresa, that he was planning to sue the police department as soon as his probationary period ended, supposedly on account of them mishandling complaints he'd made against his classmates in the academy. This mishandling is something he attributed to racial bias against him specifically, although information on the contents of these complaints is scarce, and proof that he was persecuted in any way is even more non-existent. According to Teresa, Christopher repeatedly made mistakes while on the job that could cost him or someone else their life, such as responding to a report of an armed subject by walking into the middle of the
blink at the same fucking time. Use both your eyes. There.
Street with no cover. It's worth noting that this perception of incompetence wasn't one-sided, as Teresa and Dorner, at least at this point in time, both agreed that he needed to get more training. As a matter of fact, Christopher even cried in the patrol car at one point, demanding additional training. But for reasons that I don't quite understand, the department refused to send him back to the academy. But although they were initially in agreement, Teresa and Christopher soon stopped seeing eye to eye, and it would all come crashing down when responding to a call made about a schizophrenic man with severe dementia who was refusing to leave his hotel room. Once they got there, a struggle between the two cops and this schizophrenic man ensued, concluding in Teresa pulling out Dorner's taser and using it on the guy. 2 weeks later, as both officers had already discussed, Teresa filed an evaluation on Chris, noting that he still had a lot of training to do. However, around the same time, Chris actually reported Teresa for use of excessive force, accusing her of having kicked the schizophrenic man in the face twice. Internal Affairs looked into it and spoke to 3 witnesses who saw their scuffle, all of whom claimed there was no instance of excessive force.
Wait, what? Why is he just lying?
The only person who claimed otherwise was the schizophrenic man himself, although he'd also contradicted himself on this matter when speaking to the doctors who were treating him. Most likely, this notion that he'd been kicked to the face was a product of his obviously altered state of mind. But Chris thought otherwise, as this is what led to his termination from the police department for having falsely accused another officer of abuse. Over the course of the next half-decade, Dorner continued—
Was he just trying— what? What the fuck? Was he just trying to, like, be like, ah, fuck you, I got you, to, like, other people? Like, no. He said that, aside from tasing them, that the other officer also was kicking him. I don't know.
To appeal this termination to an almost obsessive extent, never truly getting over it, despite having a perfectly successful career in the Navy outside of his work as a cop. It's around the time of his termination that Chris describes himself as falling into a deep depression of such intensity that he believed that his brain should be preserved after his death and studied by scientists.
Oh, okay. Alright, that's a little odd.
Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like he ever got a proper diagnosis from a real physician. He just decided he was depressed, despite his symptoms not being exactly compatible with that diagnosis. During this time, it doesn't seem like much happened, but there was, in fact, something deeply paranoid and violent.
No, I don't want you to cut up my brain when I die.
Being discharged from the Navy in 2013 was what finally allowed him to manifest it. Almost immediately after no longer working in the Navy, he wrote a lengthy manifesto in the form of a Facebook post titled Last Resort, in which he claimed that the LAPD had ruined his life and that he'd run out of legal methods of getting his name back. The signs of delusion were—
Wait, what the fuck? So he's having like a total crash out over— Wait, so he's having a total freaking crash out? Lumi! Hi, Lumi! How is your stream? How is Mass Effect? Lumi, did you fuck that alien girl yet? The blue girl. Did you fuck the blue girl yet? Hi, Raiders! Hope you guys had a fun stream. Tat, did she fuck the blue girl? I know Lumi doesn't like her, but she wants her so bad. But the blue girl wants her so bad. She wants her so bad. The bald blue girl. Hi! I hope you guys had a fun stream. I promised my chat for like an entire week that I would react to a specific video about manifesto killers. So here we are. Yeah. I think it's really interesting. We're learning about Dorner. Chris Dorner. I've never heard of this guy before. A lot of this stuff is like before my time. So yeah, and everybody said, can't corner the Dorner. But I don't know what that means. Everybody's been saying this. Everybody's been saying can't corner the Dorner, but I don't even know what that means. It's only a couple years ago. Yeah. Oh, and we were talking about Uma Musume. I don't know if you guys have tapped into Uma Musume, but I freaking love that game. I started playing it. Look. Okay. This is my... I've been fidgeting with the action base that I was using for my luminous crystal body unicorn. I took my gunpla off of the action base and I've just been fidgeting with it this stream, so. What is it? I'll show you guys my umas. I'll show you guys my umas! I don't care. Okay, pause. Later. I'll show you guys my umas. There are... Oh, the game crashed. What the heck? I wanna show... What is this? No! Northern Line's not gonna play it? Oh my god. Was he watching Chibli? Dude. Oh my god. Northern Line said he was gonna play Uma Musume. He didn't know that it was a gacha game about freaking the horse girls. He didn't know that it was a gacha game about the horse girls, man. This is my 13th reason why. Dude, I'm on Suicide Watch now, too. This is Rice Shower. She's my favorite Uma. Ah, so cute! I use Rice Shower. She's my favorite because she calls me Big Sister. Who else do I have, though? But I do really like Special Week. I actually finished... I did a full career run with Special Week. I did a full run with her. Gold ship is okay. I'm literally only rank E1. This is my team right now. I still have to do career... Okay. Opera O. I did a career run with Opera O. And she freaking failed like 3 trainings in a row and had to get put down. Unironically. She failed. They were like... It was only like a 20% fail rate. It was only like a 20% fail rate, and she failed like 3 of them in a row, so I had to put her down. So that's why she's rank E. Yeah. I sent her to the glue factory, but she's really cute. I don't have any gacha currency, so I can't do any gacha pulls. Actually... I don't know. How many carrots are in this pack? 50 carrots a day. I don't have enough for a 10 pull. Hi, Steadfast4! I'm glad you didn't get deployed this month. Thank you for 2 whole years. What the hell? Yeah. I hope it doesn't rain today. I can't have Big Sister getting all wet. Thank you, Rice Shower. She's so considerate. Look at how cute she is. Look at how cute she is. She's so cute. What does she say? She's so cute! She's so cute! It's on Steam. Why aren't you streaming it? I only have it on my phone! I don't have it on Steam. I'm gonna download it on Steam so I can play on stream. But I don't. Look. Aww. When I clean today, I'll try not to spill any water. She's so cute! It takes 0 seconds to download. I don't care. I literally don't care. How do I... Okay, I'll do 1 10 pull. I'll buy a little bit of gacha. I'll buy a little bit of gacha-ness. I can get 1 10 pull worth of currency for $13. 1 10 pull for $13, I'll do it. Okay. Chat, I'm gonna pull in support cards though, because that's what matters. No, not career training. Okay. Okay. Can you guys hear the game? I already have this character. What is this? Support card. We do the support card banner. Okay. We'll do a pull on the support card banner. Nothing. Nothing to smile about in my life. No SSRs. No SSRs. No SSRs. Ah! Daisy JJ, thank you for the super chat! Damn it. Actually, hold on. This is a really good scout. Dude, wait, what the heck? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 out of 10 of my polls were SRs. Hold on. 5 out of 10 were SRs, though. This is actually pretty stacked. 5 out of 10 SRs. For reference, when you do a 10 poll, you're guaranteed 1 SR, and I got 5 of them. So that's pretty good, actually. You got 3 good ones. I do use... Okay, and look. I can uncap, See, I can uncap this one to number 2. Look, it's, yeah, uncap. Whatever. Uncap, damn it. Yes. Yeah, I like this one. I use this card. Cute! I used all your pity in that one pull, so now I'm never gonna get another one. Yeah, I have that one. Yeah. Oh, so I can level it up now, too. Right? Yeah. Yeah, look, now I have a level 35 card. Wow. Okay. Anyways, we're watching a damn manifesto killer video! I've been so freaking hyper-focused on the Uma. No! I don't want to see her cry! Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, it makes me sad. I don't know, this tweet is like freaking popped off. I don't know. It makes me sad! Also, Maidenless Bro, thank you for the 300 bits. I really appreciate it. It just makes me sad! Yeah, but I didn't realize, I posted this and I was like, why does she do this? Apparently the IRL gold ship horse was just like really fucking weird. Apparently gold ship like as a horse is just like really weird and would like jump at the photographers and stuff. And just like make weird faces. So that's why gold ship is so weird. Yeah, that's why she's autistic queen. That's why she's my autistic queen. But I like Hadu and the rice shower. They're so freaking cute. Because she's like, cause she's like all sad and she's all pessimistic. And Haru's like super optimistic. And it's like, they complement each other so well, man. I will do anything. I will do anything to make her win. I need her to win. Even though she always loses, I need her to win. I don't know, she's cute. She's freaking cute, man. She's cute! She's so cute! Anyways, we're learning about the Dorn. The Dorner. We're learning about Dorner right now.
Pretty clear. He blames the LAPD case with the ending of his career in the Navy, despite there being no correlation between the two.
So he was just like schizophrenic against the LAPD because he just didn't like them, I guess.
And then goes on to say that they were personally responsible for the breakdown of his relationship with his mom
What?
and sister. At this point, it had been 5 years since the incident had taken place.
What?
And no one except Chris himself was still thinking about it on a regular basis. Further signs of his mental
What?
deterioration show up in the form of a formal declaration of war against the cops, with Christopher
What?
writing, "The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants." This quote is not directed toward the US government, which I fully support, 100%. This is toward the LAPD, who cannot monitor itself. I have nothing to lose. My personal casualty means nothing. You cannot prevail against an enemy combatant who has no fear of death. An enemy who embraces death is a lose-lose situation for their enemy combatants. Hopefully, your analysts have done your homework. You are aware that I have always been the top shot, highest score, an expert in rifle qualifications in every unit I've been in. I will bring unconventional and asymmetrical warfare to those in LAPD uniform, whether on or off duty. You will
On or off duty? He's freaking crazy.
Now live the life of the prey. Whatever pre-planned responses you've established for a scenario like me, shelve it. Whatever contingency plan you have, shelve it. Whatever tertiary plan you've created, shelve it. I am a walking exigent circumstance with no off or reset button. Think before you attempt to intervene. You will not survive. Your family will receive that Medal of Valor posthumously. It will gather dust on the fireplace mantle for years. Then one day, it will go in a shoebox with other memories. Your mother will lose a son or daughter. Your significant other will be left alone, but they will find someone else to fill your void in the future and make
This is crazy!
them just as happy. Your children, if you have them, will call someone else mommy or daddy. Don't be selfish. I am off the grid. I assure you that the casualty rate will be high. Because of that, no one will remember your name. Unfortunately, orphanages will be making a comeback in the 21st century.
What? What? This guy! Holy shit, I've never heard of this guy.
After this verbal crash out of Navy SEAL
Yeah.
copy pasta proportion.
Freaking don't be a hero, manifesto. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Was delivered, Dorner essentially explained that, besides his hatred for the LAPD, his motivation was gun control. By killing as many people as possible with
No, Chud, you don't understand. I support gun control. I just have to kill a bunch of people for the government to recognize it.
the weapons he owned, he intended to highlight how dangerous they were and how important it was to disarm every citizen in America. Of course, this was a bit contradictory given his previously sworn allegiance to the US government. His gun ownership is owed not just to the Second Amendment, but also to the fact that he was an active agent of the government through the Navy up until recently. But given he was deranged enough to think that killing innocent people was a justified way to protest against gun control and his termination from the LAPD, I shouldn't really expect a lot of
Thank you for the
rationality
follow.
from
I
him.
really appreciate
Surprisingly,
it.
the most articulate part of his manifesto is when he's describing the
Oh my god. Alright, well, whatever. Don't read the shit on the screen right now. I forgot to tell Raiders, tomorrow I have a sponsored stream. I'm getting paid to watch the VLR debuts. If you don't know VLR, it's a VTuber company where they do porn. But they're not doing porn in their debuts at 2 p.m. Eastern. Yeah.
details of his planned attacks against the cops, as the rest of it is punctuated by his
Group
objections
gun
to
sesh
acts
tomorrow.
of racism against the then President Obama,
Group
despite
gun
not
sesh.
voting for it, and pretty much a list of every injustice he thinks people committed against him throughout his entire life, dating back to early childhood. This seems to be a common occurrence in these kinds of attacks. The shooters tend to hold
What?
grudges dating back to the time they were in primary school.
How does he
no
even
matter how
remember this
small and
shit?
petty. He also mentions his belief that Hillary Clinton would be a good president, his sadness over the fact that he won't be around to watch The Hangover Part 3, 2 expressions of admiration for actor Charlie Sheen, and 1 for Bill Cosby, who he considered as a model for all black communities to follow. Yeah, this manifesto aged pretty terribly. When he finally put his
Ah, shit.
plans to action with the expressed intention of killing 40 law enforcement agents, he proceeded to kill 2 people, one of them being the daughter of the officer who defended him in his original case against the LAPD, and the other one being her husband, a security officer who worked for a college. So far, he had done no direct damage to the LAPD, and instead ended the lives of 2 innocent people who were only in the vicinity of an officer who, again, defended him. A few days later, he tried to kill 1 police officer, but only grazed him, and then 20 minutes later, he shot 2 more, and unfortunately, one of them did die. This put the LA
What the fuck? Thank you for the 5,000 bits. It is me a Monday. I'll give you that. It is me a Monday. What the heck? Thank you so much.
PD on high alert, and knowing this, Dorner first
Mole,
tried to steal
mole.
a boat to escape, but
What?
once that failed, he set his own
He tied up an 81-year-old man at the yacht club, but couldn't get the boat engine to start.
car on fire at a nearby trail and left on foot to elude capture. At this point, he'd gotten a $1 million bounty on his head. And finally, while responding to a carjacking report, the police found the stolen vehicle and noticed that the driver was Chris. He proceeded to barricade himself in a cabin in the mountains, from where he would make his last stand against the LAPD, managing to injure 2 cops before the entire building caught on fire, which led to him taking his own life since he couldn't leave it without being immediately shot or arrested. Ironically, while Dorner himself did little damage to the LAPD LAPD's reputation, as he was clearly the unhinged and belligerent party of their conflict. It did lead to the LAPD targeting 3 completely innocent people.
Okay, see, this happened. Yeah, I wouldn't fucking remember this because this happened when I was 10 years old. I was 10 years old, okay? I wouldn't have fucking known about
their vehicles
this.
matching the descriptions of donors, which led to the department paying over $6 million in settlements to the victims,
Holy
who
shit.
thankfully did survive the incidents. Randy Stair was born in 1992, the firstborn of a store manager for Wise Supermarkets and a nurse who worked as a biomedical contractor.
Oh, man. Oh, man. See, there's no way to, like, rehabilitate people like Randy Stair. Unless, like, they just have to live in an asylum. I'm going ghost. They just have to live in an asylum.
He got along with his younger brother. Randy's
I'm Ember's top guy?
childhood was marked by loneliness, as he seemed lost and helpless whenever he was left at school by his parents. Eventually, he found one friend by the name of Matt, but even still, Randy remained an outsider, having an easier time befriending his younger brother's classmates, who were all 2 years younger than him, than his own peers. As he grew older, he developed an interest in recording videos, and although they began as simple home videos he recorded for no one's entertainment but his own, he eventually decided to make his hobby public and created a YouTube channel called Pioneers Productions. These home videos quickly gave way to imitations of popular YouTubers from the late 2000s and early 2010s, namely Fred and Make Me Bad 35, the latter of which even collaborated with him on a video and personally befriended him. Additionally, one of Randy's vlogs eventually ended up on the radar of Ray William Johnson.
All right, a couple of interesting things about this. One, the kid who originally posted this actually vlogs regularly on YouTube, which usually isn't the case for people who post these videos. And good for him, you know? Someone gets hurt in his grandpa's yard and he's like, F it, I'm gonna post this shit on YouTube right next to my
kind of based, actually. Kind of based.
Vlogs.
During this period, it seemed that
somebody gets hit by a car in my front yard and I'll post this on YouTube. Fuck it. Also, Ace's Bird, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it.
He was on his way to become a minor content creator of some kind if he just kept hacking away at it. But as time went on, it seemed Randy was stuck.
That's
as he repeatedly tried to recapture the brief period of popularity that he gained from Make Me Bad 35's collab video. And right as his online presence was stalling and becoming stunted, an acquaintance of Randy's by the name of Tom suddenly passed away in a car accident, which Randy wrote about in his diary. It forever left a depressing void in my heart. I barely spoke to the kid, but I knew him. Everyone knew him. Within a few minutes, I was just numb. I sat there in the parking lot in my green Nissan Altima and was just in complete shock. Not freaking out, just pale, numb, miles away. I hardly knew the kid, but being only a grade ahead of him, it really hit me hard. My brother was a wreck since he was in the same grade as him, knowing him his whole life. He was in a history class with me, but that might have been 11th grade. It's a blur. Tom's death sucked the life out of me. I'll never forget it and never—
Is this what started the freaking Ember
never truly move on from it. Tom's passing marked the beginning of Randy's obsession with death and generally dark themes. Although despite how much it affected him emotionally, he continued to behave outwardly normal for a while. Wait,
this guy was in a Markiplier video, actually? Markiplier? What?
Until just a little while after Tom's death, Randy's aforementioned only close friend, Matt, also died in the same exact way. A car accident.
That's
These
what it
two
was.
events happening in such close succession
His
were what
other
led to
friend.
what Randy eventually referred to as the 2013 curse, which he blamed for sapping the will to live completely out of him. He wrote about it in his diary. I don't want to work anymore. I don't want to deal with anyone anymore. The 2013 curse is a hell of a strong one. The thing is,
I was freaking
like
10 years old,
I
man.
love it. I love the darkness, the sadness,
Or
the
like
abyss,
11.
all of it.
10
Sinking into the depths
10
of
and
the
11.
dead. It's literally a drug. I won't fight
10
it
and
because
11.
it's where I belong. I love that place. I love it. It's at this point that he developed his infamous obsession with the Danny Phantom character Ember McLean, a ghost girl who Randy believed he was destined to embody. While he'd already known of and felt drawn to this character before, it's only now, in the latter half of high school, that his true fascination with her takes a turn for the worse. In his diary, he frequently fantasizes about how much he wanted a girl's body, which he idealized he would obtain by killing one and
No, I just have to kill a girl and then slip into her skin! Guys, everybody thinks about this. Everybody thinks about this.
fusing into them, at which point his physical form would become that of a ghoulish girl. This fixation of his inspired him to start cross-dressing in secret, and it's at this point that his darker interests began leaking onto his online content, as even his sketch videos now contained some very dark themes. By 2014, Randy's mental state had deteriorated to the point where it was affecting his—
We started watching this 2 hours ago. Bitch, we got 2 more hours! I don't care!
ability to hold a job. After high school, his mom got him a stocking position at the hospital she
Shut
worked
up.
at the time, but he immediately quit, saying he envisioned himself hurting people at his work. He got a few callbacks from other places he'd applied to, but he never answered his phone or replied to emails because he didn't want to work any kind of job. All Randy could bring himself to do was work on his videos, now abandoning his former branding and taking on the name of EGS, short for Embers.
Uh-oh. 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 Oh, fuck.
Ghost Squad. Whenever he wasn't doing that, he was fantasizing about enslaving humanity after taking his own life and joining the Ghost Squad in the afterlife. Although it's hard to gauge what exactly brought this specific fantasy on, his ideation of taking himself out frequently took on a more aggressive nature, where Randy believed he needed to hurt others or take others' lives before taking his own in order—
Shut up, Yuko. Yuko, did you see the Northern Lion tweet? Yuko, I don't want to make you suicidal or anything. But did you see the Northern Lion tweet? Yuko, did you see the Northern Lion tweet? I did. I'm gonna kill myself. Don't hate the player. Actually, blame freaking Chibli for streaming it, actually. Blame Chib for streaming it. Yeah! Yeah. He's backing out. Yeah! He got the ick from watching Chib play it. Exactly. He got the... I know. It freaking sucks. It freaking sucks, man. It freaking sucks. I'm sad, too.
in order to complete his mission. This aspect of his fantasies manifested with him
Northern Lion is a bald Canadian streamer that streams on Twitch, and Northern Lion's editor, librarian, is friends with many VTubers. What if Kate and Luna stop? I feel like Kate did stream it. Am I crazy? I might be crazy. I swear. I swear. I don't know. I mean, I know she's not online now. I fucking swear Kate did stream it. Sorry, you guys have to look at my freaking thingy now. I swear Kate did stream it. Yeah, Northern Lion is basically like your Oshi's Oshi. He's a streamer that a lot of content creators like.
becoming excessively interested in the Columbine massacre, going as far as to frequent forums about it. In one of his posts to a forum, he wrote, "The biggest question of all, though, is would any of the Harris family forgive Eric? A big question I've always wondered is, if the shooter's family saw their sons in the afterlife, would they forgive them?"
Probably
Clearly,
no.
he still had some semblance of self-awareness. At least that his urge to kill others was something to potentially feel guilty for. At the same time, he sank deeper and deeper into his delusions, and began to see taking the lives of others as a necessary path to achieve his goal of joining the Ghost Squad. However far-fetched and deranged that may sound, this is what he actually believed. Eventually, he began recording a series of YouTube videos, slowly laying out his feelings about his own life and the world. Much like the YouTube videos of Elliot Rodger, Randy did his best to cobble together some kind of cohesive
Do you think the Danny Fandom creator actually knows about this shit? Like, actually?
reasoning to the crimes he intended to commit. But ultimately, it was very clear that his ultimate motivation was the result of a psychotic delusion. The delusion being that something good would come out of doing something so horrible. As he imagined his afterlife as a ghost girl allowed him to be famous and young forever, his depression continued to eat away at him, as he struggled to even eat, dropping his weight down to a measly 133 pounds despite standing at around 6'4". Not only did he not know
This dude was Slender Man! 6'4", 130 pounds? That's scary. Collect my pages. Nuh-uh. Everybody knows that if I was a man, I'd be a freaking manlet. I would literally be like 5'6" if I was a man. So... Siren Head build. Also, Desert Punk, thank you for
the inner work.
subscribing to my YouTube channel. Also, Raiders, if you guys didn't know, I'm also streaming on YouTube. I stream on YouTube as well. Look, it's me and also me. Hi, Mia. Hi. Hi, Mia. Yeah, that's me. Mia. Hi, YouTube chat. Hi, Mia and Mia! Hi! I'm mitosising.
Workings of his motivations, he wasn't even sure of what his actual target would be up until his very last
going
days
to
on this
shoot up the
earth. While he
school
spent
too?
months putting together an animation of himself and his ghost girlfriend Mackenzie targeting a school, he was
Mackenzie.
actually planning to either target his own family members or people at the supermarket he worked at. Eventually, he settled on the store, and after extensive planning, he got one last meal with his mom, and that same night, brought a shotgun to his workplace, taking the lives of 3 out of 4 of his coworkers before he turned the gun on himself. His very last act before ending it all was tweeting from the point of view of his own ghost girlfriend, saying he was sorry.
Oh man. His last words were from his freaking girlfriend LARP account. Man. His last words were from his girlfriend LARP account. Krungo.
Sorry it had to be like this. While Columbine and other incidents have become way more notorious, few incidents have been as deadly as Sung Hui Cho's attack on Virginia Tech. Born in South Korea.
Oh, well that was the Virginia Tech shooter, okay. See, I don't know the names of the people, but I know the events. I heard about this one.
And immigrating to America when he was just 8 years old, Cho always showed signs of developmental issues. The first to be noticed by his peers and his teachers was his inability to speak. Not only did he...
It's like with like most of these people, it's like, yeah, we definitely recognized. Yeah. What did I just? Oh, that was my chapstick falling. That was my chapstick. That scared me. I was like, what the frick was that noise? It was like something falling. It was my chapstick rolling off of my desk. Vanilla. I don't know if this is like my little tism thing is. I will always keep 2 chapsticks on my desk because it depends on my mood. Okay. See, I have a cherry one and I have a vanilla one. I have a fruity one for if I want a fruity one, and I have a not fruity one if I don't want a fruity one. I just use the vanilla one. I'm feeling vanilla today. I'm feeling vanilla right now, so I only use the vanilla one. Burt's Bees is overpriced. It's overpriced, but it feels good. Hi, I'm new here. I wanna— What? What? Sometimes I want a fruity chapstick. Yeah, my freaking red pill or blue pill. My red pill or blue pill, you guys.
Struggle to begin conversations with others, he ignored.
Yeah, but it's like what I was saying is like, man, with like half of these people, they're like, yeah, they definitely have some kind of very severe developmental or personality like disorder. And like as a kid, they're like, yeah, there's definitely something wrong with these people. But maybe and then they go, maybe they'll just grow out of it. And it turns out they don't grow out of it.
Whenever someone else attempted to initiate an interaction with him. In one instance, his teacher all but compelled him to speak during class, threatening to fail him if he didn't take part in a reading exercise. Unsurprisingly, due to how little practice he had, when he finally conceded and made an attempt at reading, he did so in a strange, deep voice, which resulted in his classmates laughing at him. This traumatic incident took place half a decade before he went on to commit his crimes, and while it doesn't seem like they're directly correlated in any capacity, his bizarre behavior was already signaling something was terribly off. Despite clearly suffering from developmental issues, Cho did manage to graduate from high school and enroll in the place he'd eventually target, the Virginia Polytechnic Institute, where he chose to major in English. However, transitioning from high school to college did nothing to alter the course he was on, as he continued behaving strangely towards others. At one point, he became known as the question mark kid, due to him drawing a question mark on his sign-in sheet on the first day of literature class. Oddly enough, at around the same time, Allison Heck, a female student of Virginia Tech who went to the same high school as Cho, found a question mark drawn on her door. It's not conclusive whether Cho was indeed the person.
Oh. That's scary. When am I gonna be in a video like this, Mia? I'm too well adjusted to do something like
behind this, and it could just
be— Yeah, bro thinks he's the Riddler! What?
coincidence. On the other hand, what is a matter of public record is the fact that in December 2005, Cho was admitted to a psych ward after a roommate of his expressed concerns that he was intent on taking his own life. After speaking with him for about half an hour, the triage counselor who was responsible for overseeing Cho's case wrote on his file saying that he promptly denied any genuine ideation, claiming that what his roommate was concerned about was just a joke and that he had no genuine intention behind it. However, this was only the latest consultation. As in the previous weeks, Cho had spoken to 2 different therapists to whom he reported persisting symptoms of anxiety and depression. Given how socially inept he otherwise was, I doubt that Cho could fool a total of 3 different psychologists into thinking that he was perfectly fine. So for all intents and purposes, it does seem that, at least this time, he was just a
He's doing the troll face. It's just a joke, bitch. Relax.
psychologically troubled student. The same cannot be said for the person he slowly became, as over the next 2 years, he is described as being removed from one of his classes due to odd behavior and violent, blood-drenched writings. Additionally, he was reported to campus police by 2 different girls who got creepy messages from him, harkening back to Cho potentially stalking and drawing a question mark on a student's door. It's hard to say the exact context and contents of these red flags, but it's undeniable that his dysfunction was becoming increasingly apparent to everyone in his surroundings. Unfortunately, none of these incidents led to Cho being officially deemed a danger to himself or others. Due to a combination of privacy laws and a lack of compatibility between different databases for mental health reporting, his name wasn't in the federal system that's set up to prevent people with this kind of history from getting firearms. Unbeknownst to anyone around him, Cho spent the better part of the year and a half following his extremely brief stint at the psych ward as a ticking time bomb. Although his motivations weren't specifically against or for a certain outcome, what was certain was his urge to hurt others. And in April of 2007,
Wait, so then what the fuck was his manifesto even about? He just like wanted to kill people?
these impulses were acted on. After getting his hands on 2 handguns and a hunting knife, Cho entered a dorm room and shot 2 of his fellow students dead. It's completely unknown to this day why these 2 students, or this dorm in specific, was targeted. Cho wasn't even located in that dorm's building and had no relationship, positive or negative, to the first 2 victims. One potential link is Cho having begun college as an engineering student, changing his major to English later on, meaning there could be some kind of grudge he held against other engineering students or the department as a whole. But again, there's nothing definitive about this. After taking the lives of these students, he suspended his rampage and walked all the way back to his dorm. And the interim time was enough that the police arrived to where—
What? He just got mad and went back to his dorm? He's like, I need a break. I need a break from killing people.
His victims were, but had no clue that this grim crime was an ongoing active shooter situation. After changing out of his clothes, Cho put together a package, and 2 hours after he killed his first 2 victims, he physically mailed his manifesto to NBC News, along with a cache of pictures. The images, 43 in total, mostly consisted of Cho posing with his weapons menacingly, or just images.
Man. This is what he submitted with the manifesto? This looks like a video game, like splash art, like character select splash art.
Of the weapons by themselves. Bundled together with these, for reasons unclear, was an image of a blue sky. The metadata, which I'm assuming was either printed out along with the rest of his manifesto or retrieved later on by investigative journalists, showed that he'd begun writing it just a few days prior to his attacks, and only completed it a few minutes after he'd already taken 2 people's lives. His manifesto itself, totaling a little over 1,800 words, spread over 3 documents and a few recordings, was particularly noteworthy due to how incoherent it was. In it, and the files accompanying it—
Apostles of Sin? He had actual schizophrenia, dude. Wait, his manifesto wasn't even like again, like about specific people making him kill people. He was just crazy.
Cho makes seemingly random references to Al-Qaeda and terrorism, as well as his hatred for his fellow students, calling them trust fund rich kids. Although despite this, it's not at all clear if his financial status or economic beliefs played any role in his crimes. Even his rage is dubious, as he occasionally speaks in an apologetic manner, and whenever he does talk about going through with the attack, he neglects to mention any specific person or particular reason to do it, almost as if he's actively trying not to acknowledge it in order to be able to carry it out. In one of the few released clips from his manifesto, he gives a generic and performative speech about how he was forced to do what he did.
He forced me into a corner and gave me only one option. The decision was yours. Now you have blood on your hands that will
Gross!
never wash off.
While he suggests having issues with religion and bullying, again, none of it adds up to a central motivation, and it all seems more like he's trying to come up with a reason to do it after already having
does
decided
kind of
on
have the
doing it.
Tard
As almost
accent.
3 hours since his first 2 killings took place, Cho walked up to one of the classrooms, once again, seemingly a random target, and started firing at the people inside in a thorough manner, ensuring he secured as many kills as possible. Fortunately, he wasn't as thorough as he thought he was, as some students did manage to survive by
Holy
pretending to be
shit.
dead, leaping from windows, and taking refuge in locked rooms. Once he was done with one classroom, he walked right into another and continued his rampage unimpeded. Later on, it was discovered that Cho had even chained the doors of the building shut so that no student could escape, and no cop in the area could enter.
What?
After killing over 30 students and
Holy
injuring around
shit.
20 more, Cho took his own life right as the police reached the second floor of the building.
I get so mad when these motherfuckers, like, I don't know, I get mad when the people that do shit like this, they just, like, off themselves when the cops find them. So they don't have to deal with any repercussions. Yeah, fucking coward, man.
It's rare for an incident of this kind to be as deprived of an overarching narrative or specific delusion, but in a way, this is one of the most transparent incidents as well. As many reasons as there can be for this kind of thing, the culprit tends to always be a lonely, developmentally stunted, narcissistic sociopath. Cho just happened to be unusually bad at coming up with rationalizations for his impulses, but they were just as frivolous as any other killers.
Yeah, he literally just wanted
While
to kill
Timothy
people.
McVeigh and
Who is
Anders
this guy?
Breivik were still by far the deadliest far-right terrorists, neither could hold a candle to just how influential Brenton Tarrant ended up
I
becoming.
don't know
but
this
very
guy.
few people
I don't know this guy. Who is this guy?
know what led up to his act of
PewDiePie?
terrorism. In the late 2000s, Brenton's father was diagnosed with a form of lung cancer caused by asbestos, and by 2010, the disease had progressed to the point of needing palliative care, which led to him taking his own life. This didn't come as a surprise to Brenton, as his father had talked to him beforehand, and the two
Wait.
essentially agreed on it. After his
Wait.
father passed away,
In his manifesto, he told people to subscribe to PewDiePie? Actually? Yeah, what? Not quite.
away from cancer in 2010, Brenton began traveling the world nonstop, almost as if scratching it off his bucket list, although it's dubious whether he was even
He
considering
recorded
doing
the
what he
shit.
eventually did.
Whoa.
During his years
Oh.
traveling, he also chronically engaged with online right-wing content since he was 14 years old, and over time, he grew increasingly radical in nature. If you're looking to get an idea of just how radical he was, it's enough to say that the politically incorrect board on 4chan was not enough for him, and he had to go to 8chan, whose infamy skyrocketed after Brenton's crimes. He eventually adopted an ideology called eco-fascism, which combined elements of environmentalism and anti-capitalism with extreme opposition to immigration, to the point where it justified...
Eco-fascism? That sounds so retarded. Eco-fascism? Eco-fascism? Wait. Let me get this straight. Eco-fascism is people saying, like, brown people are causing climate change? Is that what eco-fascism is?
killing foreigners in order to accelerate the progress toward its goal. It's hard to
What?
say environmentalism and anti-capitalism with extreme opposition to immigration, to the point where it justified killing foreigners in order to accelerate the progress toward its goal.
What is the fucking goal? Wait, what is the goal? Brown bricks in Minecraft.
It's hard to say when exactly this idea became ingrained in his mind, but by 2017, he stopped traveling and went to New Zealand, already well aware of what he was about to do. He obtained a license to carry and purchased multiple firearms legally, although he modified a few of them to make them more lethal, all while occasionally visiting the Al-Noor Mosque, his intended target. While he acted perfectly normal during this period, with him being a part of a rifle club and being described by his former employer as someone who held no extreme views or displayed unusual
Willis.
aggression, it was just a matter matter of time before Brenton committed one of the most heinous acts of violence in history. After a little over a year spent accumulating an arsenal of weapons and over 7,000 rounds of ammunition, Brenton began his attack. In just under 1 hour, Brenton took the lives of over 50 Muslims and injured another
Holy
89,
shit!
all while live streaming it to Facebook while he played music over a speaker mounted on his body. The entire event was clearly structured in order to attract as much attention as possible, as his weapons were decorated in a variety of different and obscure right-wing messaging. Additionally, right before he began the attack, Brenton published a 74-page manifesto titled The Great Replacement.
Oh,
In it, he
wait, it's this guy. It's this guy. Yes, this guy.
delves into his affirmation ideology, punctuating it with references to memes, in stark contrast to his extremely grim actions. It's fitting that he cited Breivik as one of his inspirations, since the two of them seem to have the same aloof affects toward their crimes. Among the many justifications Terrence attempted to provide for his deeds was the prospect of demographic change in his country, as he specifically focused on crimes committed by Muslim immigrants against white people in a variety of different European countries, some of them even against children. However, he immediately follows this up by using it to justify his targeting of innocent Muslims and even children, describing them as future enemies. Again, much like Breivik, it seemed that however closely tied his claimed beliefs were to his crimes, he ultimately betrayed them, while he stressed the necessity of people to return to religion and have kids to fix the birth rates. He had no kids and expressed no interest in religion himself, besides using its symbols and history when convenient. Lastly, he stated he specifically used weapons that were both hotly discussed in gun control debates, with the expressed intention of having them banned so that the issues he perceived in his country would accelerate. While his case—
What? He said, I want to make things worse? Wait, like he wanted to make things worse? I don't understand.
Unique, as he doesn't seem to be mentally ill or developmentally dysfunctional in any way. His apparent plan of accelerationism is similar to the infamous Manson family's helter-skelter conspiracy, where they intend to commit a series of crimes in order to spur on a race war.
Wait, what? 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 They wanted a race war? Huh? Huh?
Brenton's manifesto, along with the archived version of the Facebook stream of his crimes, spread—
I don't know, that acceleration thing seems stupid. I don't know, that's dumb. Why would you want to do that?
exceedingly fast online.
Oh, they were just really big F1 fans and they really liked racing. Oh, okay. I mean, I guess, like, Lightning McQueen and shit, pretty cool.
But by the time they made their way to mainstream news, Brenton had already been run off the road as he drove to the place he would target, where he was then arrested by the police. When his case was taken to court, he happily pled guilty to all of the charges against him, and infamously did the OK sign with his hands as court photographers covered his trial. Even after being faced with multiple life sentences for the things he'd done, he expressed no remorse whatsoever. Unfortunately, outside of his many victims, Brenton's plan did succeed in yet another way: the creation of copycats. In his manifesto, he laid out a basic set of propositions to incentivize as many people as possible who felt like him to go out and do the same thing. And it's grim to find out just how many people actually—
Wait, how do they incentivize it? What? What is the fucking incentive? You, like, die or go to jail forever?
did. One of the most notorious of his copycats was Patrick Crusius.
It's Chud, guys, it's Chud. That is Chud.
Whose face you probably recognize from the now universally used Chud Jack. In August 2019, just a few months after Brenton's attack, Patrick took the lives of 23 people and injured 23 more. Much like Brenton, he too posted a manifesto right before he did it, this one named The Inconvenient Truth. In it, he spoke of the same things as Brenton did, although there was visibly a lot less effort and forethought behind it, as it was only 4 pages long and contained only a fraction of the articulation. Instead of targeting Muslims, Patrick targeted Mexicans. And while Brenton had a thought-out ideology, Patrick had vague notions of what his actions would lead to. After pleading guilty to 90 federal charges and getting 90 consecutive life sentences, Patrick currently faces the prospect of being sent to death row, as prosecutors are looking to give him the death penalty.
Oh wait! In They want to give him the death penalty in 2025.
Patrick, there was also a man by the name of John Earnest, who targeted a synagogue in California just 1 month after Brenton's attacks.
You know what he looks like? That guy with pumpkin hair. Pumpkin hair hipster. No, the guy who looked like a... The guy who looked like a Legend of Zelda merchant. Pumpkin hair. Legend of Zelda. This guy. Well, where's the real picture of him? There he is. This one. There it is. Oh my god, come on, Brenton! Thank you for the raid! How was your fucking stream, dude? I heart Undertale. What were you doing? Abby! Shout him out. Abby's not even here. I don't even have a mod in my damn chat anymore. Okay, I'll do it myself because I have to do everything. Oh, thank you, Abby. War crimes! Oh, fuck. You did Undertale. Fuck! I've never beat Undertale Genocide. Did you? I've, like, never beat Undertale. I'm not good at bullet hells. Yeah, but I think he kind of looks like this. He looks like this. Kind of. We're also doing war crimes, sort of. Not war crimes, just like regular crimes. You did a Undertale blind? Dude, when I first played Undertale right when it came out, also, Tito, thank you for the follow, I really appreciate it. When I first played Undertale blind, I literally thought that you had to kill Toriel. I didn't know that it was like, you know, RPG, different endings. I'd like never played a game like that before. Choose your own adventure freaking RPG. So I like went in and I'm like, alright, I guess I just have to kill these things. You know? And then I realized, no, you don't get to save the world. You don't get to freaking save the world if you kill Toriel. I know. I know. I'm a monster. I'm a monster! I'm a monster. I'm a monster. I know. Dude! When did Undertale come out? I was like 13 years old. I was 13 years old, man. Okay? I was fucking 13 years old. Undertale came out 30 years ago.
Succeeding in killing one person.
Dude, we're only halfway done with the video, you guys. We're 4 hours in, we're only halfway done.
And injuring another 3. Unlike the previous men's manifestos, who were cold and clinical, even when attempting to be sarcastic, John Earnest's manifesto was titled An Open Letter, and it's a lot closer to the Columbine Diaries than a proper manifesto. During a little under 6 pages, John Flex...
Hi, Lewd. You guys can't see, he's on YouTube. Hi! Dude, there's only like 1 hour left. I'm not a pause Andy. You want to fucking pause Andy? Let's tangent. Because I feel like I feel like there was a daily I forgot to do today. 2015 was 75 years ago. No, guys! I want to react to long-form content! I don't care if I pause it for more than half of the... I don't care if more than half of the time in the stream is me tangenting. I don't care. I'm gonna turn you guys into emote only. And you guys aren't gonna be allowed to complain. But I don't know how to. I don't know how to, actually. I don't know how to. I don't care, bitch! I don't care! Don't turn it to emote only mode. I was making a joke. Dipshit. No, I was making a joke. I was making a joke.
Fluctuates between pretentious religious extremism and an overuse of 4chan lingo, to the point where it reads like a parody or a bad work of fiction.
Oh.
All of this makes it even darker, that someone as clearly underdeveloped and immature...
He also looks like a chud. If I had square glasses, I might look kind of like a chud. But see, these guys have very square faces, very rectangular faces. I've got like a rounder face because I'm a
As the
girl.
then 19-year-old John Earnest was moved to take someone's life. Ultimately, his deeds landed him in prison for life without parole, with an additional 137 years.
130.
In October 2019,
What is this? What is this? He looks like a Humpty Dumpty. You know what this reminds me of? This has the same vibe as that, like, freaking 2014 Tyler, the Creator mugshot. That really old mugshot of him. Where they edit it. They edit it to look like stupid. They're like, good, look, here's a version of him that's white so we can more accurately compare it. It's the egghead. Egghead.
Another person who was already deeply caught in extreme right-wing ideology was called forth to action by Brenton's attack. 27-year-old Stephen Ballier.
I'm sorry, I'm tangenting again. I used to have square glasses, but now I have round ones. They complement my face better. And they're pretty. I like them because they're pretty.
German armed forces who decided to use his familiarity with weapons for evil. Like Ernest, he targeted a synagogue during a Jewish holiday, leaving behind only a manifesto, which, while light in articulation, was even more egregious in its structure, as it laid out his plans as if it were a video game. He had so-called objectives, like proving the viability of improvised weapons, and achievements that differed based on what weapon he used and what kind of victim he used it on, which, unlike every other terrorist copycat, seemed to include Christians, along with the other groups Ballier considered undesirable. Despite his experience in the German army, Stefan was one of the least successful copycats, as he failed to even enter the synagogue, proceeding to shoot repeatedly at its door, and even setting off a homemade explosive to try and blow it open, all of which failed. During this blunder, he was streaming to Twitch and trying to—
Oh, he's angry. He's angry. When am I horsing around? Soon. Holy shit.
Reiterate his manifesto as well as he could, although very little could be understood due to his inability to speak English. As his explosives malfunctioned, a female passerby gave him an odd look, and in response, Stephen shot her on the spot, also accidentally shooting out his own car's tire in the process. After this, he went to a nearby Turkish kebab shop.
That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Imagine trying to blow up the door to a building. Somebody gives you an odd look, you fill them with lead, and in the process, accidentally shoot your own car, too. Yeah, dude, I freaking love Uma Musume, though. I'm a horser. I've already talked about this, so Uma. Yeah, she got the ick, and then you went to go get kebab. Fucking awesome. I mean, not awesome, but like...
Where he began randomly firing until he killed someone.
Okay, never mind. He did not go to the kebab shop to eat lunch. He went to shoot people. Okay, my bad.
Claiming the life of a painter. At this point, the police had been alerted, and after briefly exchanging some fire with Stephen and injuring him, they succeeded at arresting him. It's worth noting that neither of the people whom Stephen killed were Jewish or in his categories of people who deserve to be targeted. He only managed to kill fellow Germans, absolutely failing on every dimension of his plans. Sadly, the same cannot be said for Tobias Rathjen.
Whoa, this guy looks like the fucking... What the fuck?
Who was also German, but quite different from Stephen. Although he echoed many of the talking points of Terrence's Great Replacement.
He looks like the Giga Chad, dude. He looks like the goddamn Giga Chad.
Tobias fits much more neatly into the category of, well, a complete schizo. His manifesto, although it's not that long, contains...
Dies ist ein Botschaft!
many references to his belief that many American intelligence agencies have been surveilling him, and...
He thought he... Wait. He shot people? He killed people because he thought the CIA was gang stalking him. He's a targeted individual. What?
That Donald Trump himself was not only overseeing his activities, but actively taking inspiration from them and even occasionally plagiarizing Tobias's words, stealing his slogans.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
In his manifesto, he also outright claims that he's been guided by voices in his head for his entire life, and that his mental problems, along with the government gang stalking him, made it so that he could never be with a woman. And in the middle of his
Chat! I'm gonna ask a question. I need you guys to answer this honestly. Can I get a 1 in chat if you have voices in your head that prevent you from ever being with a woman? Yes, 1 in chat if yes, 2 in chat if no. Interesting. I'm seeing a lot of 1s. My freaking chat overlay doesn't load if people message too fast. I'm seeing a lot of 1s in chat. What about you? Well, I'd say yes. Does being gay count? I guess.
manifesto, this guy randomly starts talking about how the rules of soccer should change.
What?
I should note that Tobias never
Wait. Wait, this guy's actually, like, genuinely schizophrenic. Can I get a friend and soup, please?
names Brenton Tarrant as his inspiration or anything to that effect, but given the close proximity of their crimes, it's not unlikely that Tobias was part of the wave of
Hear him out
copycats.
on the thing about
Whatever
soccer?
his mental situation was, he eventually adopted the belief that the only path forward for him was to target migrants. And in February 2020, he went to 2 bars where immigrants congregated and took the lives of 9 people before going back to his house and doing the same thing to his mother and then himself. While Tobias was barely hanging on to the category of Tarrant copycat, Peyton Gendron was as close to a Tarrant sycophant as one could get, with a large amount of his manifesto being directly plagiarized from Brenton's. Another sign of his lack of real identity is that in the autobiographical sections of it, he mentions being a staunch communist during his teenage years, only to do a complete 180 as he became an adult, with the catalyst of it being Brenton's crimes and livestream. As much as he tries
I'm schizophrenic and my team just lost. You know, my football team just lost. I need to commit a hate crime.
to mimic Brenton in every way, down to the writing style and formatting, he's clearly a lot less ingrained into this worldview and ideology than Brenton was. At times, it's almost as if he's actively trying to impress the reader while trying to string together as many impactful one-liners as he could. Interestingly enough, his real manifesto that he posted, which he very much wanted everyone to see, is kind of less important than another diary he had, which he wrote on Discord. In it, he
Dude, these freaking diaries. It's always a diary with people like this. It's always a fucking diary. Cyrax beat up Sally and Ed. I find it hard to believe that Cyrax has the physical capability to beat up anybody. Rax. I don't know. He's not really peak physical condition. He's like really fucked up. I feel like Sally would beat his ass.
regrets staying inside as much as
I'm gonna have to look at that after I finish this video. I'm gonna have to look
did in his youth, wishing
kill
instead
him
that
if
he
he
went out
spits
with his
into their
friends
mouth?
and enjoyed his life, going as far as to say that if he could go back in time, he'd make it so that he never got on 4chan and embarked on this path. Numerous times in his diary, he expressed an interest in taking his own life instead of committing his attack. In one especially disturbing entry, he mentions once chasing and killing a cat in his neighborhood. It also turns out that years before,
Dude, see? Oh my god, anybody that freaking kills small animals, bro, they're like, what is it? A psychopath. That's like the killing small animals thing is like it's like one of the telltale signs of being like a freaking psychopath. Dude. Man.
In 2020, he was placed in a psychiatric facility for making threats against his school, but
I know shit!
clearly he didn't get the help he needed because his violent and self-destructive urges continued to fester. Much like his peers, he live-streamed his attack, which targeted the parking lot of a supermarket in a predominantly black area near where he lived. During the few minutes he was able to act out his crime, he shot 13 people, 10 of whom died. Eventually, he pled guilty and was charged as an adult, resulting in a total of 11 life sentences without parole, with an extra—
See, it's the chud glasses. Guys, don't wear glasses that are this shape. Because obviously it puts you closer to these freaking manifesto killers, okay? It's the square glasses! I watched this guy's video, his manifesto was so fucking gay. Okay.
90 years on top of that. Gendron is pretty unique in that, unlike all of the other copycats, he himself was also copied by another killer, a man from Slovakia with a name that I'm about to butcher brutally, but I'm gonna try anyway, Juraj Krajik, the son of a far-right politician who referred to Peyton as Saint Gendron, and later went on to kill 2 people outside of a gay bar. Similar to Gendron's intensive imitation of Brenton—
Dude, it's the glasses! How? Holy fuck.
Another killer by the name of Nathaniel Veltman wrote a document titled A White Awakening, which contained identical—
Guys, please, if you have these glasses, I used to have glasses just like that. Guys, buy new glasses. Oh my god.
Of Tarrant's original manifesto. His crime, which was running over an entire family of Muslims, was hardly planned and seemed pretty spontaneous, as while he was wearing a full military getup with a helmet—
Yeah, it's square glasses specifically. I imagine, like, Chuds ruined the style. Imagine running over a family of 4, and they're like, why did you do it? And it's like, it was like manslaughter, it was an accident, be like, is, hate crime.
Helmet and a bulletproof vest, he had no guns on him whatsoever. His manifesto wasn't even properly released, and instead it had to be discovered by law enforcement agents long after the crime had already been committed. This wasn't some effort on Nathaniel's part to keep his motivations concealed either, as he was open and even energetic about what he had done, pleading guilty to all of his charges and ensuring everyone knew what his motivations were during the court proceedings. Strangely enough, prior to the attack, he spent 4 years working at an egg processing plant where some of the other employees were Muslim. Yet, he was always described as an easygoing regular person at work. But there is one pretty interesting story about his time at work. One of his coworkers said that the
What? He went to hell and saw Satan. Alright.
day before the attack, Nathaniel had told him that he took a lot of mushrooms the night prior and that he saw Satan. Although it took a long time for the court proceedings to finish up, in February 2024, he got hit with 5 life sentences, 1 for each of his victims, including the one he didn't actually manage to kill. While most of the copycats range anywhere from 18 to being in their late 20s, there was one person who fell out of that distribution. A 15-year-old Swedish boy named Hugo Jackson, who, in the lead up to his attack, spent 2 years regularly inhaling perfume, which is not...
The signs were there, man. The signs were there. Well, Huffbert, Galaxy Gasbert, Galaxy, can I get a Galaxy Gasbert in chat? Yeah, his brain was already melted!
Good for you. During those 2 years, he went from having a healthy social life and doing well in school to being arrested for shoplifting with a friend, becoming obsessed with far-right themes, fist fighting with his father, occasionally leaving his house without telling anyone where he was going, and a lot of other concerning things of that sort. Although it's hard to tell due to uncertain reporting, it's very likely that Hugo, who is referred to as Axel in the original Swedish news
Roblox reference. Roblox reference.
News articles, was directly groomed and pushed to doing increasingly violent and radical things by people online, particularly on Discord. As per the reporting, only one other person, an Italian guy, knew about Hugo's plans and was attempting to dissuade him, but unfortunately it was to no avail. In mid-2021, Hugo finished putting together a makeshift manifesto and planned to attack his school, the name of which has been kept out of circulation, along with the
Wait, this was in freaking during COVID though. How did he do that? Oh, I guess 2021. I guess stuff reopened in 2021.
The incident taking place.
Are there far-right hate groups on Roblox? Be fish? Yes. Yes.
Bad as it was, Hugo only managed to stab and injure one person before the cops arrived. After a brief exchange where he was asking the police to kill him, he laid down and let them arrest him. Oddly enough, as Hugo's background and online activities were investigated, they found he was in regular communication with another Swedish teenager with whom he played Roblox, and the two essentially goaded each other into becoming more and more radical over time.
Oh, fuck. These are the guys. These are the guys that come on Be Fish and pay to win and start harassing us. This was like one of the guys that was harassing us on Be Fish yesterday.
In a dark turn of events, just a few months later, this other kid also committed his own attack on his school. But again, he only managed to injure a couple people. It was also discovered that Hugo was of Colombian and Sri Lankan descent, and judging by the nature of his online activity, this seems less like a case of a cold-blooded terrorist and more like mentally ill teenagers, mostly doing it for attention, with their political ideology only serving as a minor backdrop. Due to the laws in Sweden, both Hugo and his friend got just a few years
Can do you know this guy? A night! Thank you for the super chat! You literally pay to win Be Fish. Well, I pay to win Be Fish to help you guys.
The youth detention center. And honestly, we can only hope they're on some kind of watch list, so they're never able to reoffend in a similar fashion. After 3 straight years of multiple copycat killers popping up left and right, they significantly died down by...
Dude, why do they do the damn... Why is he doing the damn Roblox man face? The Roblox man smirk face? Why is he doing that?
2022. Only
He looks like 2025. He's got like the 2025 leafy facial build. The leafy 2025 facial build.
to resurface in 2023 with an American by the name of Ryan Paul Meter. Much like Peyton Gendron, he chose to target random black people near a general store in Florida, specifically citing not only Brenton, but also Anders Breivik and Timothy McVeigh in his writings as his inspiration. In his manifesto, titled White Boy Summer to Remember, he rattles off the usual spiel, punctuating it with non-sequitur. And the
wow, that's a lot of
he
censored words.
actually wrote this before going to the
Wait, what?
sandwich and cheeseburger.
Wait, what? He's mad that Burger King kept the two. Wait, is this? Wait, okay. I said I was gonna skip this because there were so many slurs, but now I'm invested.
And the end led him to he rattles off the usual spiel, punctuating it with non sequiturs, like a list of things that led him to commit his crimes, which
Okay. Wait, so he's mad that Burger King kept the 2 for $5 deal? Wait, yeah, why would he be mad about that? Why would he be mad about that? That actually makes me very happy.
included things like high rent prices in Maine and the end of the Burger King
Oh, it ended! Okay, it ended.
2 for $5 chicken sandwich and cheeseburger deal. I'm not kidding.
Okay, he got mad that they ended it.
He actually wrote this. Before going to the general store to commit his acts of terrorism, he messaged his dad and told him to check his computer. Once his dad got
Reasonable crash out.
to it and figured out his son had gone out to do something terrible, he called 911 and informed them that Ryan had previously threatened to take his own life and was currently receiving psychiatric care. Unfortunately, by the time 911 caught wind of the situation, Ryan had already taken the lives of 3 people and proceeded to take his own life to avoid capture. There were
Man, do you know fucking you're crazy a Wendy's Frosty? I said I was gonna make a float with our like sugar-free ice cream and the rest of that orange Coca-Cola I had, but I didn't. And I just drank the rest of the Coca-Cola this morning.
were a few interesting aspects to his manifesto, such as him seemingly being self-aware of how pathetic he was,
What does this fucking mean? These are words I've never seen
acknowledging the
before.
fact that he was overweight, and also him admitting to having no cohesive ideology on how to actually make the world better. Another unique element of Ryan's document is the inclusion of references to not 4chan, but instead Soy Jack Party, a website that was created after the QA board on 4chan was
Among
closed.
Us.
And much like 4chan, while it's mostly composed of harmless people with an unusual sense of humor, it does seem to attract its fair share of miscreants. It's worth noting that Ryan himself recognized how difficult it would be to carry out his actions, even while believing the things that he believed in, which led him to recommend and take what he called an extreme drug cocktail.
An extreme drug cocktail. Adderall and Valium? Not Adderall. So what? Diet meth, like what, Vyvanse?
Composed of what
This is like what Nora. I do think it's a little silly when I see stuff like this. It's like, yeah, I need my extreme drug cocktail. Do you know how many fucking millions of people are on both of these drugs at the same time? Do you know how many people? Yeah.
he refers to as diet
secret
speed
formula.
and Valium to calm his nerves. Oddly, unlike many of his cohorts who use their writings to be transparent, Ryan never lets up the front and makes no mention of his psychological issues, only ever tangentially acknowledging it when talking about an infamous case of a guy who took his own life and how he identified with him. Lastly, he kept with Brenton and all the other copycats tradition of naming random innocent YouTubers in his manifesto.
Wait, he doesn't like Eminem? Wait, he doesn't like Eminem because he fell off and he was gay? What?
All of this brings me to the last and most recent offspring of Brenton Terrence,
Oh!
Solomon Henderson. In January
Oh,
2025,
right. I saw this one,
17-year-old
too.
Solomon fired up a stream on Kick and proceeded to enter his school cafeteria, firing 10 shots, killing one student and injuring another one before Solomon turned the gun on himself. As you could see
Oh.
from his picture, this attack was quite unorthodox in the fact that the shooter was black. But despite this didn't prevent him from fully embracing the same ideology of his predecessors. In his manifesto, the killer expressed being ashamed of his race, saying, "As someone wanting to be normal and fit in, black people hate me, brown people hate me, women hate me, even /Pole hates me to an extent, and I just want to cry in a corner in my bedroom, knowing this is
Even
happening
women
and it
hate
influences
me."
my people that have a terrible influence on my childhood and school life, ruining it for the sake of pushing an agenda and keeping black people with themselves." Ironically, despite being the only black member of the Brenton Tarrant copycats, Solomon's manifesto is one of, if not the most articulate after Brenton's, which makes sense given he was described as being at the top of his class.
Oh, what? Really?
Additionally, unlike Ryan Palmeter's manifesto, which only contained indirect nods at the aforementioned Soy Jack party, Solomon's referenced it much more directly, which attracted mainstream media scrutiny to it the same way Brenton did to 8chan. I should note, however, that in the same document, he
Thank you
claims
for
that the
subscribing to my
website is a
YouTube
shadow of
channel.
its former self, suggesting that at the point of his attack, he'd moved away from it. Also, in keeping with the tradition, Solomon credited several random content creators for radicalizing him, including iDubbbz, Hassan Piker,
Turkey Tom! Oh, man. That's crazy. Mr. Beast? Mr. Beast? Mr. Beast!
Ruben Sim, and unfortunately me. As far as what his motivation
What? What? What?
were, he makes it clear that conventional ideology is something he cares little for, even if the general theme of hating black people is maintained throughout the entire document. Besides that, Solomon's fascination seems to be exclusively focused on the acts of domestic terrorism themselves.
I'll
and
do
how
it.
they can reshape society.
I'll do it. I'll go to bat for you, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast needs me?
And destabilize it, regardless of the specific intention of the perpetrators, including himself. Interestingly enough, it was later revealed by investigators.
I saw this guy's manifesto on Twitter. It had a soy jack with its dick out. What? I'm Mr. Beast's top guy? Is this the femcel one?
That two of Solomon's Twitter accounts were being followed by Natalie Rupp now, a teenager.
Wasn't the crazy thing that this was the femcel shooter? Like it was called the femcel shooter, but she had a boyfriend? Yeah.
Girl who just a month prior to Solomon's attack committed the same crime, injuring 6 students and taking the lives of 2 others before taking her own. While she also seems to have had a manifesto, it was more of a goodbye note and contained little, if any, ideological material. Lastly, a third guy by the name of Damian Allen was also tied to Natalie and was preparing for a similar attack, but fortunately he was caught before he could carry it out. It's depressing how common these incidents can be, and it's dark how little motivation it takes for the majority of these people to do what they do. These people aren't on a mission they feel the absolute need to carry out to achieve some grand goal. Instead, most of them simply don't value human life, both other people's and their own, and that makes it so that even internet meme ideologies are good enough of a reason to destroy the lives of multiple people. While it's because
I freaking forget that people actually did commit crimes over like not like over, but like in the name of like freaking creepypastas, man. In the name of fucking creepypastas.
become a bit of a cliche for shooters to be victims of things like trauma and bullying. The reality is that a lot of these criminals lived perfectly fine lives, with decent relationships with family and friends. Given some of them are genuinely mentally ill, but
hold on, fucking pause. Chromu, no, this is urgent, guys. Chromu is sending soy jacks to the Uno group chat. Why is he green? Aww. He's so pretty. Why did he just do that? He's getting a makeover, but he makes a silly noise. Alright, sorry guys. Lock in! No! I'm not showing you this. Okay, fine, I'll show you it. Okay, hold on. So pretty. He's just so stupid. He's just being silly.
But many of them are no more psychologically troubled than your average person. The only thing that really sets these people apart is the fact that they see little to no significance in life. And this alone gives them the
yeah, that's gonna be in the freaking Miia manifesto in-game. Do I use TikTok? I don't post on TikTok. TikTok is for my personal scrolling.
Light to do all of the atrocious things that they did. That's why, in many of these instances, the people they target and manage to hurt aren't even relevant to their belief systems. Just collateral damage of their omnidestructive worldview.
The pawn button doesn't do anything right now. Damn it! Damn it! Okay, guys, let's watch one more segment. This might be a two-parter. I'm sorry. This might have to be a freaking two-parter because my I have to go live. I have to go live before the debuts start. So I'm gonna be live at like probably 1 or 1:30 p.m.
Mohammed Saeed Al-Shamrani, a 21-year-old second lieutenant in the Royal Saudi Air Force, arrived in the United States of America.
I'll tweet. I'm sure. Well, my understanding was that the VLR account was gonna say something to me. Oops. I had to give them a PNG. I was under the impression that they were gonna post something. I was under the impression they were gonna post something so I would know, but they haven't posted in like a week. They haven't posted in like a week. So I don't really know. Oma! 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 Yeah, I'll stream afterwards because the debuts are only 3 hours long.
America in August 2017 for military training at a naval air station in Pensacola, Florida. Al-Shamrani had grown up in Al-Asa in Saudi Arabia, and by 2015, he had begun following hardline jihadist ideology, making initial contact with the AQAP, meaning Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. His radicalization was well underway before he even began his military training and continued doing it, as he maintained encrypted communications with the AQAP so that his superiors wouldn't find out. He passed US and Saudi vetting and began English language and aviation training at NAS Pensacola, seamlessly blending in with the other trainees, who were none the wiser to his ulterior motives for being there. In July 2019, Mohammed legally bought a firearm and several extended magazines using a Florida hunting license, and from there, he began actively surveying a building on his base, called Building 663. He would record videos of exits, hallways, and routines of personnel, which he would save on his phone while speaking to his AQAP correspondents to plan his attack. After roughly a year of preparation, on the evening of December 5th, 2019, Mohammed hosted a dinner party for 3 fellow Saudi trainees, during which he played videos of mass shootings and discussed his grievances against America. Unfortunately, the other students did not report the incident.
Oh, they did. Dude, imagine getting invited to dinner by somebody who's like, here's how I'll torture you, David. Number 1, the marrow furnace.
to U.S. authorities. The explanation for which being that they thought he was just very opinionated on the topic. Later that week, however, a Twitter account believed to be his retweeted the recognition of Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, and followed it up with a set of screenshots with written text, which read, "I'm not against you for just being American. I don't hate you because of your freedoms. I'm against evil, and America as a whole has turned into a nation of evil. What benefit is it to the American people to suffer for the sake of supporting Israel? Do you expect to transgress against others and yet be spared retribution? You will not be safe until we live it as
Random ass dude, do you think you will be spared retribution?
reality in Palestine and American troops get out of our lands." Just a few hours after making these posts, in the early morning of December 6, 2019, Al-Shamrani
Man, and this was 5 years ago. Could have fucking fooled me.
entered Building 633 at NAS Pensacola with his weapon and 6 magazines. He began his attack by shooting at framed photographs of US presidents before proceeding to shoot at trainees and instructors, all the while shouting anti-American slogans at whoever was in his path of destruction. After about 15 minutes, he managed to injure 8 people and kill 3, at which point police officers arrived at the scene and intervened. In what was probably some kind of attempt to preserve the encrypted communications with the AQAP, Mohammed reacted by shooting his 2 iPhones, although it ultimately proved fruitless, and the FBI was later able
Can't Apple? I mean, like, I don't know. Isn't Apple really good at cooperating with the FBI to get all the data from your phones? No? They have to? Oh, Apple is the one that wouldn't do that. Oh, okay, okay. That's kind of crazy. Even a terrorist?
to recover and unlock the devices.
Oh, if they
but going back to the day
Apple,
of the
then they
incident,
have
after
to.
shooting his iPhones, he attempted to exchange fire with the cops and the base security officers, and was then immediately neutralized. Long after his death, the AQAP
That
publicly
fucking
took credit
obviously.
for his attack and published his last will, which was directed at his family and spoke about his hopes that Allah accepted him as a martyr for the cause of jihad. This marks the first successful and thoroughly planned terrorist attack confirmed to have come from this group since 9/11, and there may have been some intentional connections to the attack on the Twin Towers. For example, on the 11th of September in 2019, Mohammed tweeted that the countdown had started and visited the 9/11 memorial. Honestly, given that his Twitter account had always been public, it's surprising that no one picked up on this earlier, as he followed and retweeted several Islamic
Thank you for
clerics
hanging out
that were
with
considered
us.
extreme even by Saudi Arabia standards, expressing outright support of jihad while remaining vague on what exactly that would entail. This wasn't even something he only did right before he committed his attack either, as he was active on this Twitter account for a whole 2 years prior to what happened. Lastly, he publicly praised a man by the name of Anwar al-Awlaki, a man who has been cited as a key factor leading to the Boston Marathon bombings in 2013, the Charlie Hebdo attack, the San Bernardino shootings, and the Orlando nightclub massacre. It's worth noting, however, that none of those were confirmed to be the work of Al-Qaeda, usually being led by forces allied.
Well, yeah, wasn't like the whole thing is that they would like something like some kind of like mass attack would occur, and then Al-Qaeda would be like, "Ha, we did it." But it was usually like a random schizophrenic person.
To another group, the ISIL, or ISIL. Whereas the scrutiny surrounding potential recruits of terrorist organizations was clearly too lax prior to Mohammed's attack, after it, the scrutiny became excessive, as 21 trainees were expelled just on the fact that they were Saudi, and the entire foreign military training program was suspended until further review. It's kind of difficult to believe that this kind of thing is still going on to this day, since for the majority of people around my age, 9/11 and the following conflicts surrounding the Middle East kind of feel like a thing of the past. Unfortunately, they're clearly not, as there are still people
yeah, dude, that's so scary. Turkey Tom is like my age. That is so weird.
Being roped into killing random, innocent American citizens over the country's foreign policy.
Oh,
Again,
so
guys like Mohammed and the Islamic clerics he admired aren't even recognized or respected by the leadership of Saudi Arabia itself, with many of them having been punished and disavowed for their extremism. Likewise, Mohammed's acts came as a shock to his family, who had no idea of his plans and motivations. As to them, he seemed pretty normal prior to the attack.
Monday! You have to be nice
as
to
more
me!
time
Shut
goes
up!
on, this kind of incident becomes increasingly uncommon.
Damn.
Ethan Blair Miller was a 20-year-old resident of Bend, Oregon, and had a history of aggressive behavior, although it wasn't overt in nature. For example, former classmates of his described him as a loner who was interested in MMA and got into a few fistfights at his high school, even threatening to shoot someone after a fight at one point.
What?
However, it doesn't seem like these incidents ever escalated into something greater. That is, until August 2022.
They're like, yeah, you know, he's just, he's kind of just an angry guy. Eh. Okay, one more. This is the last one. This is the last one because I do have to stream 5 to 6 hours earlier than usual tomorrow.
When Ethan suddenly went into the Safeway grocery store in the Forum Shopping Center, carrying with him 3 high-powered firearms, 3 Molotovs, a tactical vest, and a satchel full of ammo. A lot of his activity was caught on CCTV, which showed that he first fired a few rounds into his own vehicle before going after other people's, and finally entered the Safeway, where he went on a spree. At about 7 p.m., Ethan walked into the store and began going from aisle to aisle, shooting at anyone he saw, successfully claiming the lives of 2 elderly men, one of whom succeeded in disarming him temporarily using a produce knife before Ethan managed to kill him. Perhaps demoralized.
He got disarmed by an elderly man, dude.
By his injuries, with the police entering the store and having been disarmed by an old guy, Ethan immediately sat against a produce display and took himself out. Due to the complete lack of cohesive targeting, for a time, no one had any idea what the motive behind his crimes were.
Yeah,
but eventually,
for
it
that
came out that
grandpa.
Ethan maintained a journal on the website Wattpad titled
Oh,
The Downward Spiral of Ethan Miller.
A
In it, he
Wattpad
first speaks about
kid?
COVID. His opinion on it being that despite the fact it was real and a dangerous situation in his estimation, it was used by governments to isolate people, which he claims led to his inability to get jobs, find love, or get back into MMA. According to
I'm gonna be real with you guys. I found a job during COVID just fine. Jerky time! Jerky time! Jerky
Ethan, the
time!
combination of these factors led him to commit his acts of violence. But it becomes immediately clear that there are more things at play than a mere stir-crazy guy who went psychotic. A few pages into his diary, he writes, "Honestly, I hate humanity. They're not even good people anymore. They have turned into robots, programmed into a schedule with beliefs of God and doing things the right way. Honestly, religion is a myth perpetuated by greed and used as a form of control, but I won't get into all of that just yet. Maybe the simulation theory is real, and to get out, you must die. I'm not exactly human."
He's not even racist, he's just... Oh, this guy seems well adjusted. He's not even racist, man. He's just mad that he couldn't get a job.
Anymore. I have a human body, but I've evolved a step above you human shit. I have self-awareness. I know I'm not meant for this world anymore. I'm not meant to be stuck here. I need something greater, and I will unleash my wrath on the human race on my way out, and it'll be godlike. Though it should be pretty easy to pick up on due to him directly paraphrasing their diaries, it's clear that he's purposely channeling the Columbine killers down to the phrases he uses and the concepts he alludes to. Unsurprisingly, just a few paragraphs later, he directly refers to them and admits that they're his main inspiration, as well as including entire sections just to put lyrics from KMFDM songs, specifically the ones known to be the main fixations of—
What is KMFDM? KMFDM. Kick my fucking dick, man. Is that what it stands for? Kick my fucking dick, man? Is that what it means? Kick my fucking dick, man? Shut up! Tell me the truth! KMFDM. Band. What is... Oh, it translates to no majority for the pity. It's German. It doesn't mean kick my fucking dick, man. Okay, you got me. It's kick my fucking dick, man.
While Ethan does eventually delve into topics relating to his personal life and his upbringing, all it really reveals is that his family isn't that unusual. According to him, there was some drama and arguing, but very little beyond what plenty of people experience without having to kill others for sport. Another strange highlight of his manifesto is the occasional mention that he'll have to go to the next life to find his soulmate, which honestly sounds a lot like Randy Stair's spiel about ghost girls, and is a complete break from the otherwise pure Columbine mimicry that Ethan spends the rest of his manifesto engaging in. There are other times when Ethan directly alludes to having his heart broken, which led him to be in this current predicament, but there aren't enough details to really go off of. Honestly, it's hard for me to even go over a lot of the contents of this document, because whenever he isn't going into detail about how much he wants to kill people, he's going into detail about how much he craves being with a woman. Between his claims that he is God and the entire verses of Nine Inch Nails songs he lines his diary with, he does make some justice to his claims of being self-aware when he writes the following: "I'm evil, plain and simple." That is literally the only answer here.
Evil from twitch.tv/Vettel987 be like, I'm evil.
My head doesn't work right. It never really has. No one caused this but me, and me alone. Don't go blaming my family or friends. Don't go blaming Trent Reznor or any other artist I listen to. Don't blame guns and don't ban them. I was going to hurt humans in one way or another. I want to get a couple things straight though. First, I am not a white supremacist. I hate everyone and everything. I hate them all. Secondly,
woke king. My woke king.
I am not an incel. I don't ever want to be associated with those losers. I simply know what I want isn't achievable here. I don't have anything specifically against women, although most women are fake and shallow. Incels are not me. Third and last, I reiterate, I am the only person responsible. No one else is to blame. I am evil. I absolve everyone besides myself of any guilt. As the days went by, his entries only got more and more aggressive, going as far as to say he was aiming to take the lives of at least 40 people when the time of his personal doomsday came around. However, at the same time, he himself clearly wanted to die, almost as much as he wanted to hurt others. In one of the last pages, he writes, "Peace. The man has found peace. He's ready to move on to his new life with her. He sees her. She's perfect, like she was made for him, as he is for her. The man has come to terms and is ready to be with her now and to move on to his new life." It's hard to say what degree his personal writings were performative due to how downright infantile they were in tone for the most part. It's almost as if he lacked the ability to even gauge the gravity of the things he was talking about. Half of it read like something straight out of Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, to the point where I'm honestly surprised he didn't directly reference it at some point, given how much he liked Nine Inch Nails and Kill 'Em FDM, and those things have quite the shared audience. Fortunately, as we now know, Ethan didn't come anywhere near his intended number of victims, although it's still tragic that he took the lives of 2 innocents the day of his attack.
Okay, chat. I have to do a sponsored stream early tomorrow. I can't. You guys are right. You guys are right. It's Northern Lion. You guys were right. I wouldn't be able to fucking finish this. And he's got the damn glasses. He's got the damn glasses, you guys. Younger Lion. This is Younger Lion. I'm sorry for being a pause, Andy. Damn it! We didn't even get 2 hours into the video. I've been doing this for like 3.5 hours, and I only got like 1.5 hour into the video. Fuck! Over, under, oh, yeah. React to a video over, under 4 hours. Call it. Hold on. Let me put my music back on, because I have stuff to tell you guys. I'm pausing this here. I have my music somewhere. I need to, okay, look. Chat. Hi, Sheriff Pumpkin! Here's, okay. Watch this, guys. So, Tuesday, July 1st. Watch this. Okay. So maybe somewhere between 1 to 1:30 p.m. EDT, I'll go live. I go live. And then at 2 p.m. EDT to 5 p.m. EDT. I guess it's a generation of European booby streamers. This is sponsor. And then after this we finish the video. Okay, that's tomorrow's plan. Does that make sense? And then we can open cases in CSGO. my god. I found this, well, I didn't find it. One of my chatters found it. There's a Roblox game that's literally called like CSGO Case Opening Simulator. And I got a knife that's worth $2,000. I got it it's a simulation though. There's no real money. It will be on Twitch only. It's a Twitch only stream, right? Tank Pacer, I'm so sorry. Here's the Twitch logo. Twitch only, because it's sponsored. I'm sorry. That's me crying. I'm sorry. But YouTube Andes. YouTube Andes got a YouTube only stream yesterday. That's why, hey, video. That's my justification. YouTube Andes did get a YouTube only stream yesterday. Yes, I read my YouTube chat, lol. I did do a YouTube only stream yesterday. Please don't cry. Please don't cry. I did do a YouTube only stream yesterday. But after that, it'll be Twitch and YouTube. Okay. Twitch and YouTube afterwards. Don't cry. Twitch is crybabies. YouTube doesn't really cry. Twitch cries a lot. Damn it. I literally have to go live in like 14 hours. And I'll make it say in 14 hours. I literally am gonna have to go to bed right after I end stream. That's so gay. In 14 hours, I go live. I do the sponsor segment, and then after that, we finish the React Andy. It's called Being Normal. Shut up! I love waking up at 4 p.m. I love waking up at 4 p.m. I love waking up in the middle of the afternoon. Yes! 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 I'm gonna write a manifesto. Make sure you make it about Blue Archive and Uma Musume. Yeah, so Euro Bros, don't say I don't do anything for you because you're getting an early stream. Granted, it is sponsor content, but it's still me. Hours earlier. Jonathan, thank you for the super chat. We die for Uo. Don't freaking manifesto that. That's not your manifesto. Thank you for the super chat, Jonathan. Don't manifesto for Uo, who's live right now. Ina's playing Peak with Bobbert. Oh my god, Tob is live. We raid Tob. I don't know where she is. Who's live? Let's raid... Who is Matara playing with? Someone I don't know. Let's raid Tob. Tob. Bobbert. Oh my god, my fucking YouTube chat. Jesus Christ. I forgot the YouTube chat was updated on that overlay. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Raid Tobbert. Raid Tob. We do Spinny Raid for Tob. Okay. So we'd say Spinny Raid. Matoyam Plushy Spin. This is only for Twitch bros. Spinny Raid for Tob! I love Tob. She's so silly. So yeah, chat, I will be streaming. I will tweet about it because I believe I am contractually obligated to tweet about it, but I don't know for sure. I thought they were gonna tweet about it for me. That's what they said they were gonna do, but they didn't do it yet, so maybe they're doing it tomorrow. I don't know! Tomorrow! Early! And then we're gonna finish this damn manifesto killer video because I'm engrossed, okay? I like it. And then we can play Uma Musume! Yay! The sponsors for VLOR, the pornography VTubing company. Listen, I saw a business opportunity. I took it. They said they were gonna pay me. I said, awesome. No! Spinny Raid! I want Spinny Raid! Spinny Raid. Yeah, but I will see you guys tomorrow on Twitch, not on YouTube tomorrow. I'm sorry, YouTube bros. I promise I still love you guys. But yeah, we're due on Twitch. So, I will see you guys tomorrow. Okay, thank you for hanging out today. I had a lot of fun.